Okay, thank you.
Testing, testing, 1, 2.
Even if it's maybe like classroom doing push their
Ms. Trujillo, it will be running behind, so we will just go ahead and get started without her. So I will call this meeting to order at 4:01 PM. Ms. Miriam, can we get a roll call?
Jessica Bueno,
Here.
Reggie Carrillo,
Here.
Alicia Vink,
Here.
Laura Diaz.
And then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Okay, we're gonna adopt our agenda. If I can get a motion to adopt our agenda.
Alicia Vink, so moved.
Reggie Carrillo, I second.
Jessica Bueno,
Yes.
Reggie Carrillo,
Yes.
Alicia Vink,
Yes.
Laura Diaz.
Thank you. And we will unanimously pass to adopt our agenda, and we will move on to item A5 to receive and discuss our bond election.
Thank you very much. Good evening, good afternoon, governing board members. Wanted to discuss today a couple of topics. The first one being with the bond election, and that's with the idea that as administration, we would like to make a recommendation to the board that we call for an election in November. And today we want to discuss the process to carry out an election, the steps that we need to take to make it happen. Also to discuss the capital budget associated with the bond election. And we also want to provide some feedback about the process, the financial implications, some of the information related to the bond capacity that we have as a district, as well as provide feedback to you on behalf of the community, where we engage with a partner that's going to work with us to do some polling and community feedback on the election. And so that's something we'll discuss this evening as well. And then we also want to go through the review of the resolution that at a June meeting, preferably the June 9th meeting, we want to propose to the board that you approve a call for election in November. And so that's something we want to review as well with you this evening. And so basically the idea is that we want to provide as much information as we can to the governing board about the process, the implications, and the information that we need to, for you to review in order to make that decision. And so that's, we engaged a few partners that are involved with us in this whole process. And we have folks here from a CFO investment firm, Mr. Bob Casillas and Ms. Randy Stein will be presenting regarding the bond election process and some financial information. We will also have a couple of staff members, Chris Walford and Mr. Damon Norris, are going to present regarding the capital budget, but more importantly, the process we followed to basically develop the budget for this campaign. And then we're going to have also Paul Yulin with Primary Consultants that's going to talk to us about the process that is following to get information from the community on how we're going to carry out this, the bond election, and also how the community feels about the potential to have a bond election. And so with that, we want to start with the folks from Stifel, Mr. Bob Casillas and Randy. If you could, begin your presentation.
Thank you. I'm dangerous with technology. Forgive me. Good afternoon. Vice President Bueno, fellow board members, appreciate the opportunity to be here. My partner and colleague, Randy Stein, as well. We've been working very hard with Dr. Weeks, Mr. Quintana, and the rest of your administrative team to present some of the information as you contemplate calling a bond election. So I want to make sure I don't press the wrong button and send the bomb to Russia or somewhere else because I'm not good with these technology. Okay, if we could just go to page or slide number 4. I just wanted to, by way of brief background. Thank you very much. On this page, just wanted to highlight for the board and those in the audience that the district has been very active over the years issuing bonds. As you can see, going back to 2010, even before that, we've had the pleasure to work with district on previous bond elections and override elections. One of the other things wanted to mention that the district has been very opportunistic in the past to take advantage of lower interest rates and refinance bonds. You've done that several times, at least 3 times over the last 5 to 7 years, saving district taxpayers' monies by refinancing similar to a mortgage refinancing. So this shows you over the years your total bond issues that you have outstanding. And some of this information will be presented and repackaged in some additional slides later, but I just wanted to mention some of those points. And perhaps with the next few slides, I wanted to turn over to Randy to kind of walk through the capital improvement projects and some of that information as it relates to some of the other items we're going to talk about. Randy, if you would please. Thank you.
Did I do that?
You did that. Let's go next.
I thought I had it. Good evening, members of the board. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you as you are contemplating whether to call for a bond election to be held on November 8th, 2022. What you have before you, if in fact you do opt for a bond election, is a table. This is really the key table that would be included in your voter information pamphlet. Thank you. Thank you. That would be included in your voter information pamphlet. And this is actually the document that you would live by until these bonds had been fully sold. And why I say that is this information, how these items are categorized, is very important for the bond program going forward. If in fact you call for the election, the bond election is successful, you have 10 years in which you can sell all of the bonds after the 10-year time frame. The authorization to issue the bonds does expire. You see here, this is a total bond authorization of $97 million. If that is successful, it contemplates that those bonds would likely be sold in several different series over several different years. It wouldn't be that all 97 million were issued at a single point in time. A couple things that are very important here. You'll notice, and we'll just take kind of a simple category, the second category, technology, equipment, and upgrades. You'll notice that that is somewhat of a broad category. It doesn't say new servers in 3 elementary schools and then name them. And there's reason for that. One, you probably don't know exactly what those specific projects are going to be. Also, that would be an extremely long list of items to be included in a voter pamphlet. And so what we do is we categorize your various projects. Technology, equipment, and upgrades is a very common category, as is pupil transportation vehicles, as is your number 1 category, construction, acquisition, renovations, remodeling of new and existing schools. Again, it doesn't specify whether it's the roof at school A or the sprinkler system at school B. We just recognize that there are various issues that will be prioritized at the time that the various series of bonds are sold. The other thing important here, though, is again, this is if the election is successful, you live with this. And it's these categories and these dollar amounts in each category that you're obligated to abide by. There is a 10% leeway provision. Let me explain that just for a second. Overall, this entire bond program with a 10% leeway provision would allow you to deviate in your spending by 9.7 million. But if the first series of bonds issued is $30 million, the leeway is 3 million at that time. If you don't use all of the leeway provision, it carries forward. And ultimately, when the entire bond program has been executed, you would be at 9.7 million. And you know, what does that leeway mean? Well, it turned out that instead of $4 million worth of pupil transportation vehicles, you actually needed 5. That 1 million additional dollars would be part of that leeway. Any questions on that piece? And I just emphasize this because a bond authorization is good for 10 years. So you have to kind of think about it into the future and how the district would work with that.
What was the last bond, the amount we asked for the last bond override? For
Yes,
20.
yes, Mr. Carrillo, that was in 2015. We went for a bond election of roughly about 60 million, a little under $60 million in bond election.
So what explains the increase for 97 million? I mean, that's a significant amount of money, right? And I just want to understand why we asked for 59 million or what the process is in terms of what we're asking for and why it's 97 million now.
Yeah, so that's the suggested amount, and obviously when we go through the capital budget, we can kind of go to some more details. But I can tell you that the majority of the increase is due to inflation. You know, as we look out, you know, for the next 10 years, and the fact that construction overall has in the materials has gone up substantially, and it will probably continue to do so. That is the main reason that, you know, it's for the increase. But also, as I mentioned, we're going to be going through the capital budget in a few minutes, and we can kind of get to more specifics as to some of the costs.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Quintana. And then for the buckets are for these categories, how do we set these categories? Are we just saying like in our school district that we need to focus on construction, tech, transportation, or does the bond already define what categories that we have to put the monies into?
Yeah, Mr. Carrillo, the categories were defined based on the capital budget, on the different things that we're looking to expend the money on, including the major systems, possibly some new construction, renovations, and also within those, we have a priority that we set for, you know, for the different projects. But again, the capital budget, we're going to go through the more distinct categories that break it down between major systems, new construction, renovations, you know, acquisitions, and so forth. That I think will kind of clarify, you know, the answer here.
Okay, and then in terms of that, because I'm asking because for teachers, is there a place to prioritize teacher pay too with what we're asking for?
Yeah, Randy, if you can help me with this, the idea with this is that this is basically for capital improvements and not intended for any kind of payroll or salaries. Randy, can you please elaborate on that?
Madam Chair, Member Carrillo, great question. Thank you. What the law allows school districts to bond for is only capital items. So that in fact does not include the teacher pay issue. I will tell you though, that I anecdotally have spoken to several school districts that the ability to issue a bond and consequently pay for renovations, re-roofing, whatever those capital projects are with bond dollars, in some instances will free up some of your maintenance and operation dollars to prioritize other items such as teacher salaries or additional staff needs.
Thank you. That's what I asked for in case, I just want to be transparent with community members, with our teachers, our staff, in case we're talking about a large sum of money and wondering why it has to go towards certain projects. Thank you.
Thank you. What you have before you now is a history of the tax rates in the school district. The top line is the combined tax rate. That includes both the primary tax rate, primarily maintenance and operation expenditures, as well as the tax rate for the override and the existing tax rate, or the tax rate for the existing bonds that are outstanding. What you will see is that these tax rates, and certainly it's most obvious in the overall tax rates, are edging down over time. A couple reasons that is happening. Property values are increasing, and so that's not uncommon for us to see that across the state. The state mechanism on the primary tax rate in particular, when real estate values are going up, that tax rate is going down every year. And, with respect to the override and the bond program, those are just becoming a somewhat smaller. Those are smaller to begin with. So edging down is relative, but those are becoming a slightly smaller burden on your tax base. Your school district, the property values in your district are growing. There are additional properties coming online, and that is the result.
So
And
with
then-
this bond, will we get does that increase go into the bond? With more houses being sold, more properties being owned, does that funding go into the bond?
And we will show you a slide, just a couple down, that will identify an estimate of what this type of bond program, this size bond program would mean on your tax base. Yes, exactly.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to that, seeing that.
Thank you. The next page will play into that. The following page is a picture of the property values in the school district. Everybody's got two. The blue line is the full cash value. That is not the value that is taxed for any reason any longer in the state of Arizona. The red value is the limited property value, the limited assessed property value, which is the value that is used for tax purposes. Couple things to note. There is a pretty big gap in this school district between the red bar and the blue bar. That is not uncommon because of the cycle of the real estate market that we are in. The values, most of the values that make up the limited assessed property value, the red bar, can grow no more. Each individual property can grow no more than 5% a year if that property has not changed. A property that's burned down is going to change much more than 5%. And a property that has been doubled in size is going to change much more than 5%. But a house, a strip center that has not changed from year to year is likely to only be growing 5%. One other thing to note, the legislature has recently enacted measures that are reducing the assessed value of commercial property. When the assessed value of commercial property goes down, those properties, even though the limited value of the property is going to increase by 5%, when the lower assessment ratio is applied, you're not going to see a full increase of 5%. And that's why, and that's one of the reasons that we're seeing here, super small. I think that's a 3.81 is the change, the estimated change in the limited property value in the district for fiscal 23, for the year coming up. So that assessment ratio, there is a decent chunk of commercial property in this district, and that is going to be reflected. That's why that number is not closer to 5%. Any questions on that? But importantly, the full cash value in the district has been growing. If you look to the far left, if we we kind of typically show 10 years. If we'd shown the, 2 or 3 years prior to that, it would have been higher. And you're actually seeing the trough that happened after the 2008 economic recession. So you're seeing it coming out of the trough there, starting in fiscal 14. But the values in the district right now are growing. And we would expect that red bar to continue to grow for at least the next couple of years because of the gap we see between the red and the blue. And then the next page.
So Randy, real
Yes.
quick. So are you saying the district is not getting credit for the increase in property values?
Well, starting in fiscal 23, the legislature has changed the assessment ratio on the commercial property is 18%. It's going to go down to 17.5%. And I think that's about a 2.5% reduction. I hate doing math in public. I think that's about a 2.5% reduction. And so even a commercial property that had grown 5%, you're only going to recognize it in the assessed value at 2.5. And that's statewide. That is statewide. That was a legislative policy decision. And that will continue to happen at 0.5 a year until it gets down to 15%.
And so then how does that impact the residential property owners?
It has multiple impacts on residential property owners. Why is that? The qualifying tax rate, which is the big piece of the primary tax rate for school districts, is set statewide. So that is still going to be going down, and your residential property taxpayers will benefit from that. But where an assessed value of a commercial property, had this law not come in place, might have been, or the cumulative value of your commercial property might have been somewhat higher next year or the year after. To the degree that doesn't happen, your tax rate for your bond or your override is just slightly higher than it otherwise would have been. And that applies to all of the taxpayers, including your residential property owners. So clearly this is a substantial conversation, but clearly most of the property taxes in Arizona cause shifts. And so when there's less commercial, it shifts to residential. When there's less residential, it would shift to commercial. Those are the two big, classes of property across most of the state. So it's very dynamic. And then what we have before you here is the question of your bonding capacity. We are showing this at 3 different points in time. Currently, the bonding capacity for the school district is that first numbers column, approximately 74 million. We do use the full cash assessed value to determine property value, whereas we tax on the limited assessed value. The full cash assessed value does have a purpose, and that is to determine the bonding capacity. On July 1 of this year, you will be making a payment of principal on bonds outstanding. That amount is approximately $3.1 million. Once that happens, your bonding capacity will increase from the 74 million to the 79.6 million. In August of 2022, the County Board of Supervisors will formally adopt the property values for the fiscal 22-23 fiscal year. We already have the estimated numbers from that. Once that happens, your full cash assessed value will increase. And when that increases, again, your bonding capacity will go up to, and that will be a number of $84.2 million. Importantly, with respect to a bond program, whether it's a school district or a city or town or the county, a property tax backed bond program, the question of how much bonds you can issue is tested at the time the bonds are issued. So, to exaggerate a point here, you in August will have $84 million of bonding capacity. Nothing stops you from having a bond election for $150 million. I do not suggest that. Don't try that alone. But there's nothing that stops you from doing that. The time that you would be prohibited from where the bonding capacity limit would come into play is when you went to issue the bonds. So starting in August of this year, you could issue up to $84 million of bonds at one time. And then the final note on this slide is that there's two ways that bonding capacity increases. We've actually demonstrated both of them. When you pay off principal of bonds that are already outstanding, you gain bonding capacity. And then when your property value grows, you also gain bonding capacity. So those are the two ways that that happens. And those things theoretically will happen every year. I think you're up.
Thank you, Randy, very much. On this slide, we wanted to highlight, there are a lot of numbers, so forgive us, but this shows for the 97 million, again, working with Dr. Weeks, Mr. Quintana, and the rest of administrative staff, identifying the projects and when the district anticipates needs for monies to finance those projects. This is what this represents. Some columns I just want to highlight for the board and others. Column 2, you can see that's the valuation, which is an important number. Obviously, as Randy described very well, going forward, it will change based on a lot of economic factors and whether it's commercial or residential. But we're using the statutory requirements in terms of certain financing assumptions. One of them is the growth of the assessed value. So some of the numbers that we have received, for instance, the estimate from Department of Revenue or the Assessor's Office for next fiscal year, the growth is approximately 3.8%. That's the 859. I can't read it up there. That's why I brought a hard copy and looking on the screen, about 859 million for next fiscal year. You can see moving from left to right on the page that the debt service represents, as I highlighted on the one of the very first slides, the bonds the district has issued over the years. That is the outstanding debt. And then the secondary bond tax rate for this fiscal year 21-22 is at 82 cents. And then the rest are estimates based on the valuation changing over the next several years. We wanted to highlight the next column 5. That's the secondary tax rate that was estimated when you went to the voters back in 2015. We tried to be conservative in our approach and philosophy, working with our clients and districts. Here, part of this demonstrates that conservatism in the sense that some of the growth numbers, interest rate assumptions that we use, and the benefit of having higher growth than what you're allowed to show to the voters per the statutes. But the district has been well below what was showed to the district patrons when you went out to that vote in 2015. And you can see in column 5 what those differences are. So wanted to highlight that. And then moving again left to right, the 97 million, you can see we're assuming one of the other things too in our financing assumptions. The district has a very good bond rating. The last time you sold bonds in 2018, you were rated by Standard & Poor's an A+ district. Every time going forward, you issue bonds, we'll have conversations with the rating agencies to get hopefully the highest bond rating possible. That helps on the interest rate. With a lower interest rate, the higher your bond rating. There are other ways, bond insurance, which the district has taken advantage of to further bring down the interest rate, even though you still pay an insurance premium. So I'm just mentioning some of the variables that go into the financing assumptions, and wanted to mention that the district currently is rated A+. We would go through that process again, but we anticipate working with their administrative cabinet and staff that the bonds would be sold over three different sales. The first one being next year, and thereafter in 26, and then in 28. That can change as your needs change and as your bonding capacity and your assessed valuation dictate, but this is at least a snapshot today, how it's being programmed. The targeted tax rate, going back to one of the questions, Mr. Carrillo, that you had asked, and some of the slides that Randy's going to cover after this slide will demonstrate it even more, is that after issuing all 3 bond sales over the next several years, including your existing debt, we're trying to target a 90-cent tax rate, total tax rate. And the column 15 at the very far right demonstrates that we're hopefully, again, we can't control your assessed value, you can't control it, but at least right now, it looks like you're able to issue 97 million over the next several years under these financing assumptions and try to keep that tax rate around that 90 cents. One of the other metrics that we will be including in the voter informational pamphlet, Randy talked about one of the ones with the capital projects, is the projected average tax rate. And so, over the life of the new bond issue, that 97 million is roughly 61 cents. And with the estimated impact to the homeowner, to commercial properties, agricultural properties, you can see here shortly what that means based on that tax rate. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to Randy.
Bob, by comparison, I believe in 2015, we were at 68 cents.
That is right. I believe that's right. I don't think I have average tax rate yet. So thank you for bringing that up. Less on various metrics, yes.
And I'm sorry, I did have a question and I should have asked this sooner, but where does like the tax abatement properties fall into category in this?
Good segue to Red.
So in the district, we do have a lot of the G-Plat properties that are now being developed. And I just want to understand better where those tax abatements fall.
So while, Madam President, while those properties are in the abatement period, they would not be contributing to the property tax for the bond program. Once, as you're well aware, the concept is they're have a greater value when they come back on. And when they do come back on the property tax rolls, they would contribute just like any other property taxpayer. And, just to, I guess, dovetail on what Bob was indicating in light of your question, to the degree that the assessed value projection in column 2 is wrong, the tax rate estimate is wrong. And the issue that you raised, if those properties come back on the roll much higher than, we've projected the growth on the property value here, the ultimate tax rate for your taxpayers at the time for the debt service payment will be lower. Sometimes I say the one thing we know for sure is that the tax rate estimate is wrong. We hope it's not very far off. We don't really know which direction. Typically, the statute requires a pretty conservative estimate of property value growth. So that tends to overstate in the voter pamphlet, as we indicated that was the case with your 2015 program. The pamphlet indicated that the tax rates would be higher than they ultimately turned out to be. And, when the real estate market works right, that's typically what happens. As we all know, the real estate market we can't guarantee that it will work right. So. And then the next slide. Just the notation associated with that, we've identified the property value growth assumptions. Again, that is governed by statute. We're also, footnote D is important. We have used estimates as to what the interest rates would be when those various series of bonds were issued. Our goal is to have conservative estimates here. That means that those rates we think would be higher than when you ultimately issued. But obviously, we have no crystal ball as to what the bond market is going to look like next year, let alone, in 2028. Go ahead. This table will also be included in a voter information pamphlet to identify what the impact is on various types of property. The top box is the residential property. The $123,410,000 property is the average limited property value for a home in the district. We typically include the $100,000 property just because the math is kind of easy to do. We also include the impact for commercial property and for agricultural property. To the right, statute requires that you identify an estimated annual amount and then a total amount over the life of the bond program. And so that too will be included in the pamphlet. Next slide. So we have, this is not an uncommon phenomenon throughout particularly Maricopa County. As I indicated to you, according to the assessor for the current year, we've determined that the average limited property value, residential property value in the district is $123,000. This is not uncommon that people then say to me, what do you mean it's $123,000? We couldn't buy anything around there for less than $250 or whatever the number is. So I've kind of developed this little display to illustrate what is going on. The limited property value is by design in a rising real estate market. It is behind the market value. So I've hunted and pecked and found 3 properties in your school district. They are in your school district. I've just identified what streets they're on that are approximately close to your average value. It's not that easy to find them exactly. And then the full cash value for each of those properties, you can see that there's a pretty substantial gap even between the limited property value and the assessor full cash value. And this is where that 5% growth number comes into play. For each of those properties, they can grow every year by 5% until they meet the full cash value. Now, I don't want to mislead you. If the market took a dive, the full cash value could in fact go down and meet the limited property value, and then they would stop. That is pretty unlikely, at least for the next couple of years, because our property valuation system is lagged by about 18 to 24 months. So we would know it already. So that's not happening. And then I got this really, super magical system. I just go on Zillow and then identify the Zestimate for each of these properties. What's kind of notable is that the ratio of the limited property value to the Zestimate varies pretty substantially. But you can see why people say, what do you mean the average value of the house is 123 when even the $103,000 limited property value that I picked up has a Zillow estimate of 272,000. So that is what's happening. This doesn't always happen. It just because we are several years into a hot real estate market. When that turns around, these ratios will shift, these numbers will shift, but that's why people are feeling that right now. And, somewhat important that, and if you'll back up a couple slides for me to that page that has the average, there you go. What you want to educate enough of is to dissuade people from saying, well, I know I can sell my house for $250, so I must have a tax impact that's twice that 123. That's not the case. You should actually go on the assessor website, look at the value, the limited property value of the house, and realize, oh, from the assessor's perspective, I am exactly average. And this, in fact, does accurately represent the estimated tax impact. Thank you. Questions on that? This is kind of a fascinating exercise around the state to see what's happening, and always surprises me how substantial those differences could be. So. And then Martin, I don't know how much you want us to talk about election process, or if you want to pick it up here.
Yeah, not too much, but this information we did share with the board in a previous board update. But right now, just to say that we are timing wise, we're in the process of obviously presenting information. We are looking at providing the board information about the capital budget to make a recommendation on behalf of administration for the amount that we want to has set the election for, and with the idea that in a June meeting, we would ask the board for to call for an election, ideally again on the June 9th meeting. And so right now we are in step with the overall process. Once we call for election, they will follow the process through the campaign and so forth. And the kind of the meat of all the work, is happening between now and the next month or so. So we're still in pretty good shape. We do want to, as we talked today about the capital budget, that's part of where, if we look at the May and June item that talks about reporting from the Election Advisory Committee, we have a group that's working with us on developing the overall budget, and that includes Chris Walford, Damon Norris, Dr. Gonzalez, Alicia Selvas, Teresa Noklovich, Nick McGann, Linda Jeffries, myself, and Dr. Weeks. And this group has been reviewing the overall capital budget for the last probably month and a half or 2 months. But even prior to that, Chris Walford has directed this whole process on developing the budget, basically since probably last November. And so again, we'll go through that in more detail, at this point. But yeah, right now we're still on schedule, and as long as we want to obviously make sure we answer any questions you might have this evening, we will proceed with the presentation.
Bob, I just have one more question, and I know we're running a little tight on time now. But when we conducted the analysis, did we look at the out-the-door impact for our local property owners that would include bond over and our 2 overrides?
I think the one page we could go back to real quick that would show sorry, I'm going to get to the right slide.
The tax rate page, the line chart.
Yep, the chart. It's on slide 6. Please, thank you. So if you go to where we are today, the 489 total tax or combined tax rate, and then right now, I don't mean to flip back and forth, but on page or slide 10, we were estimating 90 cents maximum tax rate.
So the bond tax rate is really staying.
Yeah, so
Staying level.
pretty much. So that was the kind of the charge we were trying to accomplish, with that phasing program, and hopefully the growth is going to be over the next 20 years, something greater than 0.5% when you get out past 5 years. But the statute requires you to use, half of the 10-year previous average. So that 90 cents, you're currently at 82. So that's an additional 8 cents roughly on the bond side of the equation.
Okay. Thanks, Bob. And the reason that's important is we want to be good neighbors.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bob and Randy. So the next part of the discussion will be around the capital budget. And so we want to ask Chris and Damon to present the capital budget and the process that we went through to get us to this point. And thank you, Governing Board. Appreciate the questions, and obviously, keep them coming. We want to, be able to answer questions as you have them to this evening. And so with that, Damon, Chris.
Good.
Technical difficulties, I apologize.
Just testing your eyesight.
Yeah. It's like the DMV.
DC two?
Anyway, sorry. Good evening, members of the governing board. Tonight, we wanted to talk about kind of how we got here. That we've had a lot of information on the process moving forward and where we're at. But like Martine mentioned, back in November, we started this process with the plant services team, myself and the facilities team. We went to each school and worked with principals and staff and created sort of a wish list. And we met with each principal and asked, if you had an unlimited amount of money, what would that look like for your school, right? So we created a wish list, and we took all this information and I put into the spreadsheet that you see here tonight. But as you can imagine, if we filled everybody's wishes, we were looking about $250 million of bond that we'd want to go out for. So that put us into a position where we wanted to prioritize what we were looking for. And so we started with what you see on the right side of the screen, our priority. And so our highest priority is if there's a safety issue that needs to be driven by the initiative or the ask, that is the highest priority. Moving down to the high, medium, and lows, those are essentially where the district's facility maintenance programs come in. So when we talk about major systems, that's our HVAC system, that's our plumbing, that's our fields, our irrigation, looking at transportation, those things, our technology. So we took a look at those categories to see what are the next high level items that we want to address. And then from there, we began to filter out, what are wants and what are actual needs for the district. So to kind of highlight some of those things, the largest cost that you'll see is driven by a lot of the preventative maintenance or ongoing maintenance. And that is because we have a lot of old schools. We have 100-year-old schools, we have old plumbing, we have facilities that need ongoing maintenance. We want our students to feel safe. We need to provide safe facilities and have safe plumbing, have good water flow, make sure that we're structurally sound, make sure that our asphalt and our weatherization and our painting is on a preventative maintenance cycle that we're constantly following through for the next 10 years. And that's where the majority of the construction and renovation money is going to is the upkeep of the district's preventative maintenance program moving forward. So having nice ACs will get us, only so far until it's time to upgrade. Having asphalt replaced will only get us so far until we need to look at replacing that again. Looking at new construction. So those were the high level items. Where we started to get to and started to whittle down the list was where were these categories driven by programs that the schools felt could benefit, whether it was enrollment or a new program that could be instituted. So if new construction would support a new what's the word I'm looking for? A new program that we're trying to implement at a school. If it calls for a remodel of the classroom, that's where we wanted to make sure that voice was heard and that we had rationale to put inside. If there was an after-school program that supported a new soccer field, or if we wanted to put a track field, something that the community could use, we wanted to have those voices heard and reflect in this category, in all these categories. So I know it's a long, extensive list, but if you go through it, these items are whittled down to what we feel are high priority with, what our campuses need to continue operating successfully and safely, and then getting into where we feel that these categories would support either new programs or potential community opportunities that we could build and use as community partnerships. Any questions on that?
No questions, just comments. I'm a big proponent of putting the money into our schools, making sure they're maintained. I saw a lot of here. I think another part of that too is like irrigation is our landscape. For me personally, it's just pushing our district to be more environmentally sustainable. My belief is that we're going to save money in the long run. And so for me, I do want to see plans we're working on making our school community, our district more sustainable, lower energy use, and our landscape drought tolerant landscapes, increasing the desert ecology. You know, we just had the 100-year celebration at Emerson. But those are things that we should be doing across all the campus, providing that kind of shading structure for our student population. But those are just things, put money into the school, but especially our landscape, to make sure that we're saving money in the long run too.
Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I can.
I agree. I appreciate that comment. And then my only other kind of along those same lines is I see that additional shade structures ended up with a medium priority, I think, and I get that, but also climate wise, I think that's more of like an urgent, especially as a parent who does go to pick up every day in 120-degree weather in August, September. It's just not, and I don't know what the rest of our schools look like, but if they look anything like Emerson, there's just not shade for that type of, so. And there is shade, we do have shade structures, I do acknowledge that. It is just not enough for the climate that we're in. So if it's trees or structures or whatever we gotta do, definitely.
Yeah, if I can address both of those. So we just planted a bunch of shade, so 20 years we'll have shade, right? But no, so when you look at the priorities, we did have to figure out what is a safety risk versus what is a what I'll call common sense, which is keep the kids cool, keep the parents cool, keep the teachers cool. And so that's why they went into the medium versus an HVAC unit, for example. If that goes out, we can't have school because of the 120-degree temperature. So while it's difficult decisions on how we prioritize, I do want to stress that this is still a kind of a wish list. Just because it's on this list or just because we have it prioritized as this does not mean that this is exactly how we're going to spend this money. The big important factor is the bond dashboard, which the folks just spoke about. And so this is my Excel version of their pretty chart. So the buckets are the most important part. And then as we get the bond passed and we talk to the communities, and if we identify something that is a much greater need than what we have on this, we can still pivot because these buckets are so broad from it. We are also to address Mr. Carrillo's and you sustainability thing. We are going through a sustainability exploration. I'll call it, with several different vendors. They're looking to build a sustainability plan and to come up with solutions to make us sustainable going into the future. One of the cool things coming from outside the school district and still playing the new card here for the time being was talking to the vendors that did our walkthroughs and knowing how much further we are sustainability wise than most other districts in the area, that we're struggling to find those earth shattering things that are going to move us, not just look good on paper. And so we're working through that process currently so that hopefully we can address some of those concerns, not just PR, right, and actually do something that's going to save us money in the long run and then also do well for the planet in the long run. So just because this capital list, as you guys look through it, if you don't see something on here, feel free to reach out and suggest it to us or whatnot. But this is not set in stone. It's not like when we pass the bond, Chris and his team are going to run out and start all of this. There's an awful lot to do, but so hopefully that addresses your guys' concerns.
Thank you. My last point, we'll have another point. I love that we're putting a lot of money into community initiatives for sports like the soccer field and all that. My last point is just to Randy's point, and I know you talked about this too, of how we use Mno for salaries. I'd just be interested in seeing what monies, I don't know if negate's the right word, what monies from the bond can negate, but again, I don't know if that's right. The monies we plan to use for the M&O override so that we can free up that money. And I already know you said it's a large sum of money that already goes towards salaries, but if we can continue to do that, I'm sure our staff would appreciate that too.
Yeah, so tonight's actually your lucky night. You get to see me a lot tonight. Because the next presentation will be about the budget and I'll kind of go into that. But we do spend an awful lot of our MNO funding on this, and we're able to do that because of these things, right? The bonds are able to, as Randy kind of alluded to, we're able to not spend our MNO funding on taking care of our buildings and our capital on taking care of our buildings. So we can use more of it for the salaries, but if you don't mind, I'll attack that in the next presentation. Or if we run out of time, I'll attack it and get you guys the information for that.
Whenever it's convenient for you, just long when you come prepared, and we appreciate that the most.
Yeah, I have it for tonight, so you guys can see it if we don't run out of time. And if not, I'll do a board update, so you guys have it without a problem.
I think my comments kind of revolve around what the improvements are to upgrade the facade in our buildings. Our buildings are very old looking, and to me, they don't inspire like a creative environment. Because right now what I'm seeing is a lot of the list is just maintenance. So I think my question is like, at what point are we going to get to actually building more innovative, futuristic like sites?
No, great question, Ms. Bueno. So the highest priority would, is obviously to keep the school safe and running. But that was one of the things that we did ask is how can we improve the front of your schools? We have what we call the cookie cutter schools, which they look the same. And so we've asked staff and principals, what would this look like? All that is captured into here. So when you look at some of the renovations for the front offices or for the facades, we've worked with contractors to get quotes on that. And so, again, that's not something that my team wants to design. We want to work with the community. We want to work with the principals, the staff there to get all that input and build that. And that's something that, we definitely wanted to do due diligence on this bond going forward. And that's why we've been so thorough with this spreadsheet, is we just didn't want to ask for a lump sum of money and then say, this is what we're going to do with no forethought, no input from anybody. But, so that's kind of the approach. So I know it's a long answer to your question, but that is definitely in the bond. And like Damon spoke earlier, we have flexibility here too. And so though that, the principal may not have the vision for it now, there's the opportunity to say, hey, what do you want to do in your facade? How can we change the school, whether it's, in the middle of the quads or whether it's in the front? Let's make our schools look beautiful because our students deserve that.
But if I can add one more thing too. As he said, if they don't have the vision for it now, the state may have a different vision in the future too. There may be funding coming available through like the facility funds and all that, that would also be able to take the place of some of this as well, or to supplement some of this. So we can do the maintenance aspect, but we can also do the really cool exterior outside, even if we didn't have the money in the bond for it at that time. So hopefully there's different financial methods coming forward.
Yeah, thank you for that insight, because that's kind of the answer that I was looking for, is if we can't do this right here, right now, like what are the solutions that we're going to be looking for in the future to help us, accommodate and, be that source of like excellence in our school district to provide that type of site.
Definitely. And then one quick thing for you guys, other than we have a really good fundraiser that's getting ready to come available on the market, I hear in like 28 days for some of this stuff. I don't know if they included this in your packet. If not, we'll get this out to you, but this is kind of a breakdown of the bond capital budget that you see based off of the school site. So you can kind of see how it was being distributed. Some of it, unfortunately, is district-wide because it's happening at all the different schools. So when you look at the district-wide budget, we're not spending $63 million on Emerson Court, I promise you. But that would go almost evenly, if you will, distributed throughout the district to the different sites. But specific things that are billed, or what I'll say billed to the school, that we know that is not going to be specific at every single school, was categorized under their name. So that way you guys can see it. So we'll make sure that you get a copy of this. That's it. If there's no other questions, we can turn it over to Mr. Quintana again.
Nice job, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bob, Randy, thank you too.
All right. Thank you, Damon and Chris. The next part of the discussion is going to be around community feedback. And we engage with Mr. Paul Yulin with Primary Consultants that's going to be engaging the community through polling and surveying on obtaining feedback regarding the bond election. Mr. Yulin, can you present the kind of the process you're going to follow, and if you have any information that you can share with us, by all means.
A quick question, why were we not provided this information beforehand? It's not to you, though.
Actually, it is to me, members of the board and Dr. Weeks. I was late in getting, I got it over this afternoon. My apologies.
So then I don't feel comfortable with moving forward on this information. I would have preferred to be prepared to receive this information.
I understand completely.
Mr. Quintana?
Yes, so let's move on to the next item, which is a review of a draft of a resolution. We engaged with Gus Rosenfeld, Mr. Gill, Jim Gill, that will be discussing this draft resolution. And obviously, if you have any questions, Jim, can you take us through this?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Martine. Members of the board, I apologize. I had hoped to be there today. I'm in quarantine right now, so I wasn't able to be there. But yeah, I can absolutely take some time to walk you through the resolution that I understand you'll be formally considering at your June 9th bond meeting, our board meeting. The resolution before you is kind of our standard form election resolution. That is the one opportunity for the board to call the election and make its intention known to the public. It does a few things. I'll just kind of run through them. I won't go page by page, but please feel free to stop me at any point if you'd like me to elaborate or if you have specific questions. But the resolution obviously calls the election, delegates to the superintendent and Martine, so district staff, the authority to work with the county on actually carrying out the election. This election, since it's a general election year, we expect that it will be a polling place election. But if you look at the resolution, you'll see some indications that for the flexibility of a all mail ballot election. We do not expect it will be a mail ballot election, but stranger things have happened. And if anything does happen at the legislature, the county, or anywhere else, we do have the flexibility to convert this over to an all mail ballot election. But again, we fully expect it to be a polling place election. I point that out because it kind of looks strange to have some provisions in there. And we actually have an election notice that talks about all mail ballot, but that's why it's there. So we don't have to bother you again with this if that change was needed before the election. The resolution also delegates the staff to enter into an IGA with the county. The county calls it a menu of services, and that will formalize the relationship between the county and the district, as well as my firm, Gus Rosenfeld. The resolution also calls for the district to produce what was mentioned earlier, the voter information pamphlet. You're probably aware of that pamphlet that gets mailed to all households in the district by the county, every household with a registered elector. We've started drafting that. We'll continue drafting it, assuming the board calls the election on June 9th. And that pamphlet will contain a lot of the information the voters will need to make an educated decision on November 8th as to whether to support the bond election. One thing you'll see in the pamphlet is when we get to that, at a later date, is there will be an opportunity for the public to submit pro and con statements. And there is a provision in this resolution that sets that date that the public may submit pro and con statements as August 12th. That's determined by the county, although they want the district to repeat it, which is why it's in the resolution. But just so we're clear, the board, because this is a bond election, may not submit a pro statement. You may recall on your prior override elections that you do submit as a board a pro statement. But the statute, just kind of a quirk, says that you may not on your bond elections. That doesn't mean that you as individual board members or district staff are precluded from submitting an up to 200-word pro statement, just like any other member of the public. So if you feel the need to do that and you can do so without using district resources, meaning district letterhead, postage, email, staff, things of that nature, then feel free to submit your pro statement and identify yourself as a board member, as a district staff person, whatever your title might be. That's all fair game, and other districts do it occasionally. So again, you do not lose your rights as a citizen just because you're on the board or work for the district. You just may not do that on district time using district resources. The resolution also approves the form of the ballot, which is kind of a cookie cutter. We list on the bond ballot everything that the statute says we can, including land, the purchase of land. And I point that out because in the voter information pamphlet categories you saw earlier from Randy, we do not include land. So that's just the one thing that really is not authorized in this election, because we're not including it in the voter information pamphlet, but we do include it on the ballot just to be as inclusive as possible. The resolution will also have various forms of election notices that we'll work with staff to get put on your website and to get published in a newspaper of general circulation within the district. That's pretty much the election resolution. If I could just take a couple of minutes, I already referred to, without referring to the statute, once you call the election, assuming you do call it on June 9th, I think the board is probably pretty aware of the prohibitions on the use of district resources under Arizona Revised Statutes 15.511. So we'll get you a memo, we'll get a memo to staff and they can share it with you. But basically, when you speak in public as a board member, you are giving just the facts on the election. You are not attempting to persuade when you're acting as a board member or as a district staff person. You are giving facts, and the best source of those facts really is the voter information pamphlet once we have that finalized. But as a private citizen, if you make it clear that you're acting in your own opinion, in your own capacity, and with your own resources, then you're free to do what you'd want in terms of promoting the election, including that pro statement or any other thing you might feel appropriate. We've seen board members be on the PAC. We've seen district staff be on the PAC. So that's all fair game, but just to be clear that you're not using any district resources as broadly defined as that could be, including district cell phones or district email addresses, district social media, all of that. It's all off limits when you're attempting to promote or persuade folks to support the election. So that's why you make it clear that you're not doing it in that capacity, you're doing it as an individual. But if there are any questions that come up, if things you're not quite sure about, just run it by staff and they can run it by me, and I'm always happy to have that conversation. We try to be real conservative there because it seems like once a year or so, someone goes a little too far and we hear about it from the county attorney or the attorney general's office. So we try to kind of rein folks in when appropriate, but typically if you're careful, there isn't an issue. So I know I went through that pretty quickly, and you'll have a better understanding of the resolution when you've had an opportunity to go through it in detail. And I plan on joining you on June 9th so we can do that. But if there are any questions on the resolution or the election process in general, I'd be happy to answer your questions.
I do have a question about, it looks like in the draft, there's just empty spaces for amounts. When we do vote on it, will there be amounts in the resolution?
Yeah, thanks. Good question. Yeah, we fully recognize this was just a draft, and the purpose of the study session was to get feedback from the board on the bond amount. So yes, we will have all the blanks filled in by the time you see this in final form.
And I'm sorry, I might have missed it in the beginning, but can you please introduce yourself? Are you an attorney?
Yes, I'm sorry. Jim Giel with Gus Rosenfeld, and we are your bond counsel and your election counsel, and have been so for many years.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions from the governing board?
Yes, Mr. Quintana, this is Carmen Trujillo. Mr. Gill, may I please ask you to clarify again the part about the pamphlet? When would we see that? Is that going to be approved on June 9th? Would we get that beforehand? When does that come into play again?
Well, typically, we start drafting it after the election's been called. You guys, your district will be considering it a little bit, late into the process. So we already have a draft of the pamphlet going. We typically do not formally present it to the board. We rely on staff to review it and give us the final sign off. But we're open to whatever the board needs. If the board would like to see it, if you want to be involved in that, then we can take our cue from you and district staff as to how you want that to work. But normally we wouldn't formally present it.
I guess I'm just trying to understand the difference because of course with our Mno override, we did at least have an idea of what was said on that. So I'm just trying to understand the process of why they're both different, I suppose. So
Well, yeah, that wasn't my intention. If you guys are used to seeing the pamphlet, we can certainly have it available for that June 9th meeting. No problem there at all.
thank you. More just for understanding the process and how all that goes. That's the main reason. Thank
Sure.
you very much.
Great. Any other questions?
No, I think we're ready to move on to item 6.
Yeah, let me just kind of finish up a little bit. So one is regarding discussion about community feedback and polling. I did want to mention that we engaged Mr. Paul Yulin and primary consultants, a couple of weeks ago, and he was good enough to step in and help us carry out this community feedback. And so that's something that we will share with the board by way of a board update next week. And he's already reached out and put together the polling data that he's trying to gather. And apologize, Paul, for the confusion here this evening, but I want to make sure that the board understood that it's something that we want to, because we are suggesting a substantial increase in the bond election of 97 million this time around. We wanted to get some feedback from the community, prior to going for an election. And so that is information that Paul is going to gather for us. And again, we will present that to the board in a board update. And that way that you have that information prior to the June 9th meeting.
Mr.
So
Quintana, what in 2015, what was the percentage of that bond election turnout?
I don't know, Dr. Weeks, do you recall what that was? I understand it was in the high, above 70%.
In 2015, if I recall, we were, and I'm getting my bonds and my overrides messed up. We have been as high as 73% pass rate. And Paul, I know you've studied this. Do you recall our pass rate for the bond in 2015? Probably more like 65, 68. I think it's more like 65 or 68. But we can certainly find that from the old county records.
Okay, yeah, I just want to better understand why we would need to do polling if we've just had such a high in favor percentage. I mean, our last Mno override, we were the highest in the state with support from our community. So I'm just kind of trying to understand why would we need polling if our previous bond was in high favor and our last one, our Mno override was in high favor. Mr. Quintana.
Yeah, well, again, I mentioned that the substantial increase that we're looking to increase the amount by basically 30 40 million. That's the reason we felt that it was important, and obviously that we can discuss that further, but that's why we felt it was needed to just get some initial feedback.
We already put that out, right? Is what he's saying is my husband got a call, like doing a survey or something regarding bond items, I think yesterday.
Yeah, I believe they started this week, so that process has started, and I'm not sure where it stands right now, but it should be complete probably this week.
Okay.
And I just looked it up. It was the percentage is 75.31% for 2015 though. Just Googling skills.
So then are we paying for this polling?
Yes, we have a contract with Primary Consultant. I don't recall the numbers exactly, but I think it's going to run about $7,500.
Okay, I just, again, do not understand why we needed to do this if we had such a high percentage. And I understand it's because of the amount of the bond, but at the same time, you're justifying the amount because of the inflation, which I think our voters completely understand.
Okay, point taken. If there's no other questions or comments, we're basically completed with this particular topic.
I don't think there's any other questions by the board at this time on the bond. Want to thank everybody for your time and for presenting today. Thank you so much. And I think, Damon, I think we're ready to move on to the budget.
Good evening again. What's that? Can you hear me? There we go. Good evening to you guys. Want to take some time to address some of the concerns that you guys were talking about the budget and go through the budget process, but also kind of give you guys a clear view of what we've been doing for the budget process this year, how we see it going, get feedback from you guys and go down the path of making our budget process here more improved and better as we go. So I'm going to go through some slides and I'm going to try to keep, I'm not going to read everything to you because I did put a packet on your desk so you guys have this for reference, and I think they sent it out electronically too. But I do want to touch on a couple things, and if you have questions, feel free to interrupt me at any given time because you guys know I love to talk. So we'll get started. Just a quick view of the agenda where I want to go, budgets, reports, timing, a little bit about the Mno budget, and then the year ahead. And I've tried to keep this to either questions that have been asked by either staff, members of staff, the board, or general public to try to help clarify some of the information, but also information that you guys will probably like to know as well. So we'll start off with the budgets. Our budgets here, you guys hear me talking about Mno all the time. That's my favorite statement coming in here all the time is Mno. But we have a ton of budgets. This bingo card here for you tonight is just a sampling of our budgets. There are actually about 15 more budgets that are not shown on here that pop up at any given time. But this is a vast majority of our budgets. I tried to get all the major budgets for you guys that we do. And these budgets are maintained by a factor of people, not just by myself, but by a whole team of people, and not just in business services, but across the district as well.
Are they categorized in any particular priority order?
No, this was my random thought of the day as I was trying to go through all the budgets. I thought about making a bingo game for you guys, and then Dr. Weeks told me I didn't have time for that tonight. So, but really, what you see is Mno. The top is what I'll talk about is that Mno line. And then as you go down from there, it's going to be your grants, your title funding, what I'll call, and this is not the proper term, but I'll call this supplemental budgets that are under there because you have the bonds, you have ESSER, which is a grant, adjacent ways, which actually kind of gets levied around Mno as well. So I didn't have a proper idea of how to lay these out, but I tried to put the more important stuff at the top. And then when I got to the grants, I kind of went alphabetically so you guys could find what you guys were trying to look for.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So why do we budget and why do we have budgets? Well, budgets are a necessity for anybody. You have a household budget, hopefully. You've had budgets all your life in some way, shape, or form. And this helps us adhere to state guidelines, to federal guidelines, to the rules, regulations, and really to our organizational financial health. Just like you're at home, if you overspend your budget, you're not in good financial health. But if you're building a savings or you're at least paying your bills, you're at least in good health and good standing. And so we have budgets. We're also mandated by the state to have some budgets. So a lot of these budgets are mandated by the federal authorities as well. So we have to tell them how we're going to spend the allotment of money that we get each year. And so that's why we have budgets. Who creates them and controls them? This is the important piece. As I was talking about just a second ago, it's not just me that creates these budgets. While I'm responsible for every dime or every penny that comes through these doors and goes out these doors, there is a large number of people that are involved in budgets. And this starts at federal programs with Sherry Zeeb and her team, as well as every single principal, every single director, and almost everybody that here at the school district has some sort of input, whether they know it or not, in our budgeting process. And so for me, and we'll talk about this a little bit, I want to celebrate the fact that we have so many hands in the budgeting process now, and that we're getting feedback from so many different people in the process to make these budgets actually budgets that we can adhere to, that we're going to follow, and that people agree with and support. So it is a great day for Phoenix Elementary. Who approves the budgets? Well, in a lot of cases, that's you guys. In some cases, that is federal programs submits the budgets to ADE, and ADE will approve the budgets, and it bypasses kind of the board in that respect. But ADE has their guidelines that they go by, and they are quite rigorous guidelines that have to be met. And in other cases, federal authorities, federal programs, for example, grant for Indian students is done under the Federal Education Department. So different people, but by a vast majority, you guys are the approvers for the vast majority of the dollars. So that's kind of budgets and why we have them and where they are. And so reports and timing, because once you have a budget, you can't just be like, hey, we have a budget. You have to report on it and maintain it and make sure that we're adhering to anything, to everything. So just want to stop real quick. Do you guys have questions on budgets before I proceed? Are you guys good? Awesome. So there's important dates. Typically, when you see me, it's because I'm required by law to be in front of you guys with some sort of action that you guys need to take on a report that I'm bringing you. But there's a lot of times that I'm up here just giving you financials and telling you the financial health of the district as well. I wanted to give you a visual timeline of kind of how things go, the cadence, if you will, in school finance. And unfortunately, this just kind of repeats itself constantly and continues on going into the different months. But July through August is kind of where we're looking at now. I should say that when you look at this budget or these timelines here, these are the months that they're due. We're actually working 2 to 3 months in advance on all of this stuff. So what you see in July and August, we're actually starting in February through April before you guys see it to approve it. So there are all kinds of different guidelines that we have to abide by. July 15th, for example, is the Mno budget that has to get approved by the board, and that allows us to operate out of Mno for the following, or for actually that would be in the same fiscal year. So we would be able to operate. We also have to go and do reports. As you were listening to the tax rates, we have to work with the county to set and the state to set our tax rates, and those are due to the state in the November, January timeframe to be able to tell them what we anticipate that we're going to tax and levy towards the taxpayers of our school district. So reporting requirements, this is a fun one. This is where we spend most of our time, is in reporting and reporting back to all the different locations and different people. So state of Arizona has its own separate reports and reporting guidelines. To give you an idea, and Dr. Weeks' time in the business office, it's probably been the same long list. We have 9 pages of a PDF and 9-point font of all the deadlines all year long that we have to abide by and that we have to get into. So if you ever see me up here frazzled, it's because I can't read 9-point font and I need a magnifying glass sometimes to read them. But so your Mno budget again is due in July. Budget revisions we have in December and May, which is when you guys get to see the eye charts that I bring. The initial notification of what we believe we're going to tax is due in November, October timeframe, but the primary and secondary tax rates are actually set in August. And that is when we finalize things with them based off of what we gave them back in November timeframe. The AFR, which is another time you get to see me, is in October. And so those are the big call outs, if you will, for Arizona state reporting requirements, but there are, like I said, 9 pages of those. Federal requirements, a lot of these, when you hear ESSER and you hear title, when you hear all these different grants that we get, they're all actually federal grants. They're not actually state grants. And so they fall under our federal programs. However, business services works with them as well. So Sherry Zeeb and her team will work to put together the budget and work with the principals and all of those folks to get everything hammered out. And business services will report the expenses, draw down the funds. And then at the end of the year, we have an annual completion report, which is basically a book report of everything we did for the year that the federal programs has to give a narrative on. And then business services has to provide all the fun numbers that I'm sure you guys just love to read every time we send them to you guys. So that's it on reporting. So any questions on reporting? No? That means I'm a good teacher, apparently. All right. So we're going to talk about Mno budget because I figured this is where we're going to spend most of our time. So I wanted to kind of get through that stuff as fast as I possibly can and give you guys a chance to digest some of this stuff. So the Mno budget is traditionally the largest budget that's spoken about. Currently, it's not the largest budget because the federal programs and these things called ESSER have doing a huge cash infusion for school districts. But on any typical year that we don't have ESSER, Mno will be your largest bucket of money that anybody talks about. And that's why you hear about it, is because it is so much. So the maintenance and operation, just in case you weren't sure what Mno stood for, is the budget where much of our day-to-day expenditures take place. Typical expenditures will include your salaries, benefits, utilities, maintenance, repairs, supplies. If you think about running a school, it's all of the above when it comes into there. Other miscellaneous expenditures that are not capital. So we will not use Mno fund to say repair or take and redo the facade of a school, for example, using an earlier example. Who creates it? So it is created by business services, but it is a process to create the budget. It's not just me sitting in a room, a dark room with a computer just typing in numbers. It is actually a huge drawn out process at this point that we talk to principals, directors, the cabinet, key stakeholders, and anybody that I can talk to get an idea of where we should be at. We also use a lot of history because what we'll talk about in just a second, our Mno budget is really high in salary and benefits. We're about 12% over where ideally we would want to be. But so it's very easy to do our Mno budget because of the factor that it's mostly salaries and benefits at this point. Why is it important? Well, the Mno budget is the plan for the district when it comes to most of our day-to-day expenses. Traditionally, we're about 80%, or you should be about 80% of the budget is spent on salaries and benefits. In our case, we're closer to that 90% mark and sometimes a little bit over it to 93, I think is the highest we've been. And we level out usually around that 90 percentile area. So
Damon, is that the 12% you just mentioned?
yes,
Okay, just
yes.
making
So
sure.
we're not, and I probably misled you in a little bit. So we're not over budget. We just spend more than we should by industry standard, which industry standard is that you spend about 80% on salaries and benefits. And that's what's recommended. There are other districts that are out there that run quite phenomenally higher than what we are, which I know doesn't seem like much, 7%, but you're talking about a bigger budget and they're running higher. So we really need to look for alternative sources for some of our funding. And that's where ESSER comes into, that's where title comes into, and IDA and all these other funding sources that we have, is to be able to help us manage some of that down as well. Ultimately, you guys are the approver of the budget. This year, you guys are going to get to see budgets in a little bit different way. So we have to do the state budgets, which are the forms that you're traditionally used to me bringing to you. But as we head into the new year, you're going to start seeing budgets for actual schools at the school level, and you're going to see actual department level budgets. So business services will have a budget. CNI will have like 18 budgets because there's like 18 miniature departments under there, but they'll have each individual department budgets, and we'll be bringing those to you guys in one fashion or another.
Why the change?
The change is transparency and to be a good neighbor. So as Dr. Weeks likes to say, we want to be a good neighbor. We want to be transparent. I want not only the teachers, the community members, the board members, our dogs, whoever reads our budgets, right, to know exactly where we're spending our money, because there is a lot of money that is being spent. When you look at, we're asking for $97 million authorization on the bond, and we have a $53 million Mno budget, and we have Mno overrides, and we have this override and that override and this grant and this grant. We don't do a really good job of explaining where all the money is going to. And my thought process, along with the feedback that I've received from some of you guys, is be very transparent and show everybody where everything's going. And it will stop a lot of the questions from happening. Like, why aren't we paying our teachers more? Well, this is restricted funds, has to be spent this way, like the bond to Mr. Carrillo's question earlier. So we want to be very transparent and very open to everybody. And that just helps with not only employee morale in the district, but it'll help with the community members like myself. I read the district that I reside in, I read their budget and track their spending because I'm a concerned community member, and we want them to be able to do the same thing here at Phoenix Elementary.
Thank you. I appreciate that transparency.
Yeah, certainly. So I'm going to step back and I'm going to bring up Miguel right now to kind of talk about the process, because he has been working with all of our principals and doing a lot of the meeting. He, just so you guys are aware, I want to celebrate him as well as all of our principals and directors. He's actually stepping into Frank Kratz's role, as you guys may have seen in the board docs coming up today. So he's been training a lot of the last 3 weeks as I was putting this together. So he wasn't able to be part of this entire presentation because I didn't feel that was right for him to throw him into that. But I wanted him to kind of come up and talk about the process of his meetings with the principals and the directors and how that's going, so that you guys understand it's not just me sitting in a dark room with a computer. So I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Good evening, President Trujillo, Governing Board, Dr. Weeks. So yeah, we decided this year that it's very important to get everyone involved in the budget. Not knowing what's happened in previous years, but what we saw is that it was important to get from our school sites to our department all involved in this process. So if we look at this timeline, and if we were to go towards, let's say, the halfway line where it's on the 26th, which is today, and we go upwards, so that would be the first portion. So if we look at that first portion from March 30th all the way down to May 26th. These are the activities that we've been sustaining during these last 2 to 3 months. We had a meeting, obviously, to get this as a plan, to present it as a plan. This was our kickoff. And then we were able to go in and look at all the information we have this year in our system and previous years on our expenses. So when we talk about budget, we usually talk about our expenses, right? We know that the way our industry runs in education is that we're funded. We don't go out, earn money as an income. We don't have costs to those incomes. We're funded. So funding aside, like Damon stated, is part of all of this, right? But it's the start process. We get these funds, what can we do with them? How can we spend them in the most efficient way? And so to do that, we thought it was proper to go to each site, and that's what we started doing, talking to each and every principal at their school site, showing them how they've been spending on a monthly basis their expenses, showing them what have we invested in during this year. After that, we're now in this, starting the process towards the middle of that table around today, May 26th, May 31st. What we're going to start doing now is with the heads of departments. We've already discussed this with many of the heads of departments that we're going to be visiting them during this coming week, letting them see how they spent during this last year, what items, what were the purchases. We can even go to the PO and see exactly when did they purchase, what they purchased, why did they spend it, so that they get a feeling and a notion how we're going to do this in this coming year. Because it's important for them to see and manage their expenditures on a monthly basis. So part of the proposal that we've been offering them is we're going to be able to go visit you on a monthly basis, give you your monthly report on your expenditures against the budget that we're going to do together for this coming year. So then you're going to be able to measure yourself between what you've spent against the budget for that month, for that quarter, for that semester, and for the year. Like Damon stated at the beginning, budget is not just one part of the year, right? Budget is continuous monitoring of our expenses. We're measuring what we are doing constantly so that we can improve on that either in the following months, during that month, or for the following year. So if we go now from May towards the end of that table, this is when all those budgets have been put together, when we've revised them with the head of departments or the principals and their teams. They agree on those budgets within the parameters that's permitted, because we're not going to go out and do budgets that are elevated compared to previous years unless there's a reason why we need to spend that money. So then once we have all those, obviously approved by them, then we go on and we start approving by the sequential people who have to approve, including yourselves as the governing board.
And I have a question about how accessible is this information to the principals? Like, for example, is this like a dashboard that they can log into and kind of see, or is this just like paper that they see at like leadership meeting?
Sure. So right now with our system with Visions, they can definitely go in and see how they're doing. What we've done is that we've extracted the information directly from Visions and put it in a more user-friendly way to view it.
Mhm.
And then what we're offering as a business office is giving out those reports on a monthly basis so that then they can start measuring themselves. And they don't have to go in and see the reports that are already done in Visions.
Mhm.
And then after we do that on just, let's say, spreadsheets, then we're going to go back into Visions and try to create those spreadsheets in Visions so that then, yes, they'll pull it directly from the system. More viewable, more friendly.
Mhm.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you.
Yes. And so then our final stop would be July 15th with the upload completed budget files to ADE. I don't know if you have any questions.
I have just one question.
Yes.
Are our students' voices included in here somewhere?
Yeah.
So yes and no. I say that with a half smirk on my face because when we are discussing this with the principal and most of the time it's the principal, IES, and office manager were in these meetings. They are our conduit to the students because it's kind of awkward for the finance guy to walk into a class and ask, hey kids, what do you want to do with $56 million? If they were like me, it'd be a Slurpee machine or something when I was their age. But so we're relying on things like student council and so forth at the school level to filter through to the principal level. I have never been part of a budget process that had the kids in a major way, but that is something that intrigues me and could potentially be explored somehow, some way. I just don't know exactly how, but we could, together as a board and team, we could try to figure out a way to make it justifiable.
Okay, so two things.
Mhm.
I think the idea of having someone like you in front of our kids is incredible. Financial literacy for kids is 100% what they need.
Agreed.
Starting very young, right? And then the second thing is Emerson did some sort of student participatory budgeting type thing, and I didn't make it that night, so I'm not sure what fund they were looking at, whether it might have even just been their student council money, I'm not sure. But something like that through all of our schools would be awesome.
I totally agree. And I just wanted to add on that since I was able to go visit the schools and talk to the principals, it was very interesting because afterwards, the notion was brought forth that shouldn't we, because the thing is that not everyone understands budget. Not everyone understands finance, it's not your daily thing, right? At least not for all of us. So we discussed it and we said, wouldn't it be awesome if we could go? Are we allowed, are we permitted to go to school and give a course at least to the 7th and 8th graders? Not a course, but perhaps an hour, a 2-hour session, showing them what is a budget. And then definitely get them involved. Because first of all, you have to understand what we're going to present and how it works, and give them some exercises so they can do it and see how the formulas work and stuff like that. But then, yes, definitely get them involved, and through student council, also get them involved with the principal and the other personnel of staff of the schools. Yes, definitely. We would love to do that. If we're permitted, we would love to. I'm not a teacher, but I would love to have the opportunity. Yes.
Yeah, and I just want to add that I know I brought up this last year during the budget that the city of Phoenix has a very transparent budget tool that allows residents to go in and kind of allocate, their own priorities. And the tool, requires a balanced budget. So it really helps residents understand, like, hey, sure, we have this 15 million surplus that we get to allocate certain funds to, but in order to match your priorities, it must be balanced. So it's a really cool interactive tool. I'll send you guys the link to look at. I know we just passed the budget process, but I think it's a really cool, neat, because we're talking about, sharing it with kids, and it's just a really cool tool to show kids that this is how you balance a budget.
Great. Yeah, definitely.
So there's multiple things, and that sounds really awesome. There's multiple things. There's other options that I have in the back burner with my team that we're looking into as a business services department, because we have the financial acumen, and then approaching, the C&I team and saying, hey, we got this genius idea and we want to do this. And so we're working on some things, and I hope to be back in touch with you guys after we get the blessing of C&I before we just walk into schools and start doing things. But there's a lot of different financial literacy. I think even the superintendent's leadership council is a great idea as well, to have them involved in different parts of this after watching them at the last board meeting, and how impressed I was with the research they did for there too. So there's a lot of different ways. I'm very student friendly. I do believe that financial acumen, even to principals, teachers, board members, staff, whoever, because I'm a father of an 18-year-old that I'm still trying to teach financial acumen to. So, but yeah, there are ways that we can do that and get them involved with the entire budget process.
I was just gonna add, I think that's possible. I would love to see, I think that's a benefit of that is you get the student feedback. Like if you were to say oh, here's this many free monies, what would you do with that? I think it'd be great for y'all to get that feedback on what they're directly from the students. And I think that, I don't know when summer school, summer track, what we're calling it, is starting, but possibly I think that I'd be more likely the school could probably get you into the summer, since students are on summer break. But also just a warning, be careful what you wish for. I love 7th and 8th graders, but don't underestimate them.
Yeah.
So
yes.
Thank you.
Got one at home that I'm trying to deal with. Yeah. Awesome. So any more questions on this? No? Okay, I'm shocked that you guys didn't pick up on this. So May 26th, we were supposed to come to you guys with a proposed budget. I don't know if you guys have followed politics at all, but we still have no state budget or any idea when the state budget's going to happen. So I had dates and I was going to have a slide in here for you with dates, but in typical Arizona fashion, everything changed. And so at the last minute before uploading this, I told them to take the slide out. Right now, the budget forms are being prepared by the state and being tested by a couple of different pilot school districts that are notorious for finding errors. And so we're supposed to have those forms being sent to us sometime, and they may be being sent to me while I'm up here sometime today as draft. But we're going to be in the same situation that we were last year, just to give you guys a heads up. We're going to go and do a budget that may or may not be closest to the pin because the state is not going to give us information and they are not going to extend any of my timelines. So I'm going to have to do the best guess that I possibly can and bring it to you guys. And if we're off, we'll do a revision in September, but we will be back in June with a proposed budget. And then July, and I think the board dates have changed even since I made this chart. I think it's July 9th now is the first board meeting in July, if my memory serves me right, or maybe I'm thinking June. But we'll present in the 23rd of June to you guys, and then the first board meeting in July, which may be July 7th. Maybe I had the new dates. Okay, awesome. So you'll have that to look forward to. So what's in Mno? And I know we're running short on time, so I kind of want to just kind of go through this so you guys can get a break as well. I wanted to give you guys a snapshot of what's in Mno and how Mno is kind of determined. The state files that I have to fill out and have to make with the budgets, which seems like it's very easy or very complex and a lot of data that goes into them. But overall, when you look at it, this is what they call the cover sheet. It'll show you what our Mno overrides, our tax rates are. It'll show you what our Mno at the bottom 4 lines are the big numbers. So our Mno fund is 53.625 out of the budget that I pulled this out of. Unrestricted capital is a 6 million. Federal projects at the time of this budget was 70.5. I think that's changed slightly. But our total aggregate, if you look at federal projects, our Mno, our capital, we're going to be budgeting about $130 million if this was the actual year that we were looking at. This happens to be, I think, the first version of the budget last year. So it's very complex. I am going to have, starting in July, lunch and learns, which the board will be invited to for staff here to teach people how the budgets are created and what it means to be in the budget. If there's one thing that I've learned from Dr. Weeks in my short time with him, it's more education is better to get people to understand this stuff. And so me and my team are going to and actually I'm going to have to educate some of my team because payroll doesn't understand how these budgets are made. And so we're going to educate everybody that wants to learn, including you guys. Community members will be welcomed as well. We're going to figure out some way to get them involved, whether it's Zoom or something. We're going to figure some way out. But we're going to try to educate as many people as we possibly can this coming year. So be on the lookout for that. And then we'll dive in those lunch and learns. We'll dive deeper into things like this, what's behind this, what the different numbers are. We'll put a lot of people to sleep, but they'll get to learn a lot more information. So, but I know one thing that you guys always ask me about, or we always talk about, is desegregation funding. And so I kind of wanted to put a slide in here to show you what's in desegregation funding. And I printed a copy of it because I knew how much of an eye chart it is for you guys. And I wanted you guys to see what we've traditionally spent in DSEG money, which is that 11.1, which is a fixed amount, as you guys, I think, are aware of by now, and how we've spent it. This does not give you the breakdown per school because this is at the state level. I'm working on a breakdown into the schools and to show you. I'm also reviewing all of the desegregation rulings and documents to make sure that we can use this in different ways, or the different ways that we can use this, and making sure that we're following the court orders that we're supposed to follow, so that I can get you guys on board with, hey, we can't do this, but we can do that, and do desegregation the way that we think we should be doing it. What I can tell you right now is it is being used in a proper fashion, and working in different schools, such as, I know one of the points that somebody keeps making to me is like Shaw is completely in desegregation. By the demographics and information that's out there, it's actually well in desegregation funding, and possibly there for a good reason. And so I want to get all the information out of the desegregation files, put together information, and then present it back to you guys and answer any questions that you guys have on it. And if I don't know, we'll find the answer as well. There is a large 4-drawer lateral file cabinet in one of our offices that has nothing but desegregation files in it. So it's a little bit of a monumental task to go through. But any specific questions on desegregation that you guys may have that I can potentially try to answer?
No, but I am excited that it's finally coming. I've been waiting for this. So I'm excited for you to dig through that file cabinet. It's like, sounds like a treasure chest, but I know it's not. And then show us how we're doing DSEG, right? Or what we can do better.
Yeah, definitely. No, I heard you. You sat in my office and said this was important to you. I've heard the rest of the board say it as well. My team has abandoned me in reading all four drawers of the file cabinet, apparently, that I just heard behind me. But we're working through it. We're utilizing Dr. Weeks and Frank Kratz, who have seen a lot of this as well, and trying to just figure it out and then figure out where it's going, because there is a lot of talk at the legislature now about desegregation funding and how they may modify it. So I may untwine everything and then they change it, which would be fabulous, but sarcastically speaking, but we're working through it. So hopefully I can get more and more information to you guys here within the next few times. And if I don't have enough for a board presentation or don't think it's worthy of coming in front of you guys, I'll make sure it goes out in a board update to you guys so you guys can at least get the information and ask questions. So the year ahead, as this says, school budgets are a year-round activity. As the new year kicked off, what's in it for Phoenix Elementary? This is the budget cycle or the budget M&O life cycle, and this goes for all the different budgets that we do. It just keeps going round and round. It never stops. And so I won't walk you through everything, but I did number it and tried to put some color into it from a colorblind guy. So I apologize if it doesn't match. But I wanted to give you guys this as a takeaway so that you guys understood that the budget process is a nonstop process. We're always working on budgets. We're monitoring current budgets and working on future budgets. We're working with different departments like CNI with preschool and looking at how to sustain those different programs and bring new programs on and where they fit in different budgets or how to go out and get different funding sources. So it's never a never-ending process and journey. So with that, I finished like 5 minutes soon. Look at that. If you guys have any questions, I'm glad to answer them, but otherwise I'll turn it back over to you guys. Yeah, awesome. Thank you guys. Thank you for staying awake. I appreciate it.
As always, thank you, Mr. Norris, for such thorough, thoughtful information. I think you've made us all very happy with your transparency efforts and just clear objectives moving forward. So thank you. Is there anything else, Mr. Quintana, that you'd like to add before we adjourn?
No, that's it. But I want to thank Miguel and Damon for doing such a great job, and they've really taken this to heart as far as reviewing our overall process. So again, thanks for doing a great job.
Okay, thank you. If there is anything else, I think we can adjourn our study session at 5:53, and we will be back at 6:15 to start our regular governing board meeting. Thank you.
Thanks for being here this evening. We'll get started in just a minute, but I just want to let you know how much we appreciate you all being here, our retirees and families. So thank you so much. This is a wonderful evening to celebrate wonderful folks. Wouldn't you agree?
All right. Good evening, everyone. I was thinking we should wait for Linda to come back in case she was corralling. Perfect. Okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for being with us tonight. It is 6:18 and I'd like to call our board meeting to order. Normally we begin with our tribute, but I would like to take a moment to think about those lives lost in Uvalde, Texas. So if we could just have a moment of silence and respect for them, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you. So now I will go into our tribute before we have a roll call. In partnership with the tribes who called Phoenix their home first, we acknowledge and respect the land our schools are built on. We commit to being a strong partner with any and all tribal nations who entrust their children to our schools. We are grateful and honored to be partners. Ms. Miriam, may we please have a roll call for
Carmen
attendance?
Trujillo,
Here.
Jessica Bueno,
Here.
Reggie Carrillo,
Here.
Alicia Vink,
Here.
Laura Diaz.
Thank you. With the quorum present, we can proceed with our board meeting this evening. Do we have a motion to adopt our agenda as presented, everyone?
Jessica Bueno, so moved.
Alicia Vinco, second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Any recommendations? Hearing none, may we please have a roll call vote to adopt our agenda as presented?
Carmen Trujillo,
Aye.
Jessica Bueno,
Yes.
Reggie Carrillo,
Yes.
Alicia Vink,
Aye.
and Laura Diaz.
Thank you, Ms. Miriam. With that, our motion passes and we can move forward. We're going to go straight into our awards, recognition, and announcements.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome everybody this evening. We are going to recognize retirees, so don't go anywhere. We begin this evening with our STAR Award winners. STAR stands for Special Thanks and Recognition. And tonight we have several winners. And if the board would join me on the floor, and Dr. Vic, if you would join me at the mic.
All right, Madam President, members of the board, members of cabinet, and most importantly, members of our amazing Phoenix One community. Always gives me great pleasure to introduce the Star Award winners. And as we look at Star Award winners for the month of April, those Star Award winners come from both business services as well as curriculum and instruction. And so we'll start with our friends in curriculum instruction. Our first Star Award goes to Miss Sarah Sims, our Special Populations Coordinator. As Sarah is recognized by the board and by Dr. Weeks, I'll share some nice things about her. Sarah has an unwavering commitment to the special population students and families in our district. She is passionate about ensuring safety and resources for the families and students. She is a strong advocate to create and sustain systems that ensure students receive services that they're eligible for. She shows up for her students and families 100% of the time. She goes above and beyond, especially throughout the pandemic, to ensure the safety of our school communities. She's an incredible team player. She shows respect to others by listening, posing ideas, looking for ways to keep communication going between departments. Some of the words that her colleagues used to describe her were passionate, dedicated, empathetic, creative, committed, and inspiring. Many congratulations, Sarah. Our next Star Award winner, also from the CNI department, somebody that works very closely with Ms. Sims, Ms. Dawn Baumgartner, our coordinator of school social work. So as Ms. Baumgartner works her way up to the front, some wonderful things to share about Dawn. Dawn cares deeply for our families and students and provides ways to support their social emotional health while also coordinating opportunities for staff to grow and find comfort. Her work touches the professional goals of so many of us. She works to support us all in so many ways. She gives tirelessly and as a result is sought after for her expertise, her training, and ability to see the broader picture and focus in the root causes of issues. She's committed to promoting social justice and empowering others. She recognizes the importance of collaboration. She's thoughtful, kind, and strategic, and she always does it with joy and a smile. We're all thankful for everything that she brings, especially the calmness of her yoga practices to employees across the district. While I haven't partaken in the yoga, I will definitely say that I have a treasure trove of emails from Dawn with positive messages that sit right next to my desk. So when I'm having a moment, I turn to my right and I look at all the things she's ever sent me that tell me to keep calm, carry on, and keep doing good work. So the words that were used to describe Dawn were empathetic, driven, compassionate, peaceful, inspiring, and most importantly, student-focused. Many congratulations, Dawn. And our third and final Star Award winner from the Curriculum Instruction Department is Yolanda Federico, our accounting technician. So Yolanda is the representative from the Exceptional Student Services Department, and she's a strong representative of that department in every way. The department values inclusivity, promoting success for all, and customer service. And Yolanda displays all of this in her everyday interactions, from working with other departments on financial matters, guiding teachers on how to obtain what they need for their students, building relationships with our partner agencies. And she offers a calm, helpful voice to parents and families when they're in need of a person who can speak Spanish. Yolanda is the first call for many people in our district every morning. She never fails to provide support and guidance, along with a listening ear. She's proactive in solving problems and is a treasure to have as a colleague. Always eager to develop and apply solutions as needed, she really helps make everybody's work more thoughtful and more efficient. With over 40 years of dedicated service in Phoenix One, the Exceptional Student Services Department appreciates your knowledge and expertise. And when the team is down or in need of help, Yolanda always offers her assistance and helps everyone learn new things. The three words used to describe Yolanda were honest, kind, and dependable. Yolanda, thank you for everything you do, and congratulations on this honor. Our final Star Award winners come from the Business Services Department. The first one is Miss Leslie Peña, our amazing purchasing specialist. Here she comes. So Leslie worked months without a procurement manager, but she was able to maintain procurement functions in the absence of that manager. She takes initiative to provide support in the procurement office, even when duties are outside of her normal functions. She's a supporter of positive change, promotes continuous improvement in her personal duties, and in the procurement department. She understands the importance of compliance, as well as providing exceptional customer service to all stakeholders. And the three words that the department used to describe Leslie were hardworking, innovative, and caring. Many congratulations, Leslie. And our final Star Award winner for the night, unfortunately, can't be here tonight because he's on a soccer pitch right now. He's a coach for the youth Arizona Phoenix Rising soccer team, but is Mark Lester, our senior accountant for business services. So thing you need to know about Mark before we say all this is Mark is from the United Kingdom. He's British. He has quite the wonderful accent, a little bit of a Bond villain. And so if you know that, a lot of this makes a little bit more sense. So since his interview for the position of Human Resource Software Support Specialist, it was clear that Mark is dedicated, committed to learning, and is an absolute joy to be around. He's solution-oriented and he's quick-witted. He supports operations and human resources, including ensuring all of our time and attendance systems are working well across the district. He is also the person that compiles the district's weekly COVID case rates and data and runs weekly absence and substitute coverage reports. His ability to organize, present, and analyze data is a true X factor on the human resources team, so much so that he was recently recognized when he earned a promotion to the position of senior accountant for business services. To boot, Mark recently became an American citizen, a payoff after spending hours upon hours studying for a citizenship exam during his lunch breaks. The words his team would use to describe him were jolly good, the bee's knees, brilliant, and an overall bloody good mate. Cheers. And so with that, one more time, congratulations to all of our Star Award winners from CNI and Business Services. We also always use this as an opportunity to thank their families. We know that you don't see these folks. They put in a lot of hours for us. They do so much for our students. They come home late, they start early. They're on the phone with me probably well past 6 o'clock p.m. And so if you're a family of a Star Award recipient, if you could please stand so we can recognize you for all that you give us from your family for our teams. Madam President, members of the board, that concludes the Star Award winners for the month of April. Thank you.
All right, guys, I'm going to lean right into our next recognitions and announcements. Tonight, we'd like to recognize the hard work of our boys and girls basketball teams and the co-ed soccer team and announce the season's winners. In boys basketball, a special congratulation goes out to Magnet Traditional School, who won first place in the boys basketball district championship game. And Lowell School came in second place. The season's most valuable player was Sean Hernandez from Magnet Traditional School. In addition, the district hosted a West and East All-Star game where 12 players from our Western and Eastern schools were selected by their coaches for exhibiting excellent play, behavior, and academics throughout the season. What a great picture. In the All-Star division, the West All-Star team took the gold medal and the East All-Star team won the silver medal. This year's boys basketball All-Star game MVP was Sean Hernandez from Magnet Traditional. We'd also like to honor the girls basketball season. Congratulations to Shaw Montessori School, who won first place in the girls basketball district championship game, and Lowell School came in second place as well. In the All-Star division, the East All-Star team took the gold medal and the West All-Star team won the silver medal. The season's MVP was Alyssa Dickerson from Shaw Montessori, and Alyssa was also named as the girls basketball All-Star MVP. The co-ed soccer team recently finished. Congratulations to the Edison Estrellas for taking first place, followed by the Herd Vikings for coming in second place. The season's MVPs were Giselle Estrada from Magnet Traditional and Gabriel Garcia from Edison. In the All-Star division, the West All-Star team took the gold medal and the East All-Star team won the silver. The All-Star game MVPs were Giselle Estrada from Magnet Traditional and Diego Cano Felipe from Bethune. Also, this was the first year the All-Star team played against the coaches team, and the All-Star team beat the coaches 3-2. Congratulations to all of our boys and girls basketball and soccer teams.
In April, 32 students from Paul Lawrence Dunbar School participated in the Phoenix Sings Honor Choir. 200 students in 4th through 8th grades from Phoenix schools were selected for the choir festival. The students participated in day-long rehearsals and workshops, and the event culminated with a performance at the Madison Center for the Arts. Congratulations.
Garfield School Garden on the Corner welcomed farm to school advocates from across the state to tour the garden as part of the Arizona Department of Education's annual farm to school gathering. Participants included teachers, administrators, food service professionals, parents, policy experts, universities, government, and nonprofit organizations. Garfield was selected as an exemplary model for farm to school work in Arizona. The visitors were impressed with Garfield's garden, and one guest was quoted as saying, "The garden tour was an amazing and rewarding experience. It's incredible what you all have accomplished and the impact that you have on the kids both today and possibly for the rest of their lives. The kids are wonderful. It was obvious that they enjoyed their involvement with the garden and related activities. There's also a strong sense of ownership and a feeling of pride. The program at Garfield is definitely a model for what should be happening at every elementary school in Arizona." Wow.
Craig Ross, the media clerk at Lowell School, has been working with business partner, the Ocean Floor, to build an African cichlid fish tank in the Lowell Media Center. The Ocean Floor is Arizona's largest local fish store. The fish tank teaches students about the environment fish need to survive, as well as provides a place for students to relax and escape for a moment. This project has been a great addition to the media center. A special thanks to Mr. Ross and the Ocean Floor team for his hard work and dedication to this project.
Paul Lawrence Dunbar School hosted Girls on the Run program this year. Girls on the Run inspires girls of all abilities to recognize their individual strengths while building a sense of connection in a team setting. Volunteer coaches facilitate lessons that blend physical activity with life skill development to enable girls to adapt to whatever comes their way. At the end of the program, the students complete a community outreach project, and the girls made get well cards for patients in a nearby hospital. As a culminating activity, the girls ran a 5K race at Wellesley Bolin Memorial Park in downtown Phoenix.
The city of Phoenix donated 5 pallets, approximately 8,000 kits containing COVID rapid tests, antibacterial wipes, and information on COVID testing sites to the district. Schools received their shipments first based on student enrollment and staff counts. Equitable amounts of kits were also sent to Planned Services and Emerson Court to ensure any staff who needed a testing kit would have easy access to one. The kits were available to the public at promotions, end-of-year activities, and a small portion of the kits will be available in the district warehouse for distribution to summer programs happening around the district. The district is fortunate to have partners like the City of Phoenix who assist us with donations to keep all students and staff healthy.
Herd's elementary team Viking Farmers won the middle school Best in Physical Health category in Health Corps Teens Make Health Happen National Project Health Showcase. The showcase brings together a community of change agents who are making health happen. The innovative club teaches teens how to improve their well-being and use their passions to tackle pressing community health challenges. Team Viking Farmers won $300 for their video challenge presentation, and the community had the opportunity to vote for the People's Choice Award, which will be awarded in the near future. Tonight, we'd like to share Team Viking Farmers video submission.
Hello! We are Team Viking Farmers from Herd Elementary School in Phoenix, Arizona. We have been working on how we can improve the quality of food at our school.
The great idea is to have a school community garden to help promote healthier eating habits within our community.
We believe that there are many benefits having a school garden. We can build social skills that will teach us responsibility, communication, teamwork, ownership, and leadership. The school garden will help bring the community together and create a sense of belonging.
Having a school garden will also teach us how to eat healthier and maintain a healthy lifestyle. We found many of our peers skip lunch completely because they don't like the food at our school.
Here are a few pictures that we captured from our school food. We do not have any fresh fruits or veggies available to us, so it's either the food shown or no food at all. Many of our peers go without eating lunch, and therefore they are more tired during school.
With our school garden, we hope that students will feel motivated to eat lunch at school and stay fueled throughout the day to continue learning. Our mental health will also improve. With the stress of testing in schools these days, garden can serve as a positive getaway and welcome change of scenery.
Gardens also provide a place of rest, healing, and meditation, which leads to better mental health.
We have been empowered by doing research to see how our project idea of a school garden will be welcomed with open arms within our school.
We interviewed 11 teachers and 36 students ranging from kindergarten to 8th grade. We found that the majority think a school garden will help improve the health of our school and will be a great addition to our community. We also had many adults and students say that they will help volunteer to help keep the garden maintained. For our prototype, we had a fruit and vegetable booth that provided our peers an idea of what we could have if we were to win the funding for our school garden. We used the $100 to purchase fruits and veggies and handed them out during recess. Many of the students asked if we would do this every single day. We said that it could be an option if we were to win the Teens Make Health Happen Project Health. We were really overwhelmed with the results and found that our peers were so excited to have these new food options with their meals.
If we are granted the $5,000, it will go to helping us set up a compost area, garden plots, and an irrigation system to keep the fruits and vegetables hydrated in the Arizona sun.
We had so much fun interviewing and planning what we would decide for Project Health, and we hope that you take our special idea into consideration.
Thank you!
So that was exciting. Another round of applause for the Herd students. Madam Chair, members of the governing board, I, as you well know, am from a rural part of the state and strongly believe in the power of agriculture and growing your own garden. I would like to say that the Child Nutrition Department works very hard every day to provide healthy meals to our students, and in spite of supply chain issues. So I want to make sure we give a round of applause for our child nutrition team as well. Madam Chair, would you like to move on to our retiree celebration?
I think that's a great idea. Do we all come down here, Miss Linda? Just. Oh.
Is this
you're up
okay?
first.
All right. All right, I can be told what to do, so. Tonight, we are privileged, and I mean privileged, to pay tribute to some very important people who have dedicated nearly 700 years of service to the children, the community, and the family that makes up Phoenix Elementary. All of our employees play an integral part in the success of this district and truly touch the lives of all children. I am proud to honor a dynamic group of retirees, which includes teachers, instructional assistants, child nutrition employees, custodians, warehouse staff, mechanics, office managers, social workers, psychologists, district office administrators, and principals. Our retirees are going to be very busy indeed in the coming months, and are planning to do the things that most of us dream about and the things we don't make time for, like traveling, going on a Rhine River cruise. Really? That's exciting. Cooking, hiking, spending time with family, home remodeling, binge watching Netflix, traveling to Mexico, volunteering with a fire department, guest teaching in the district, and just plain relaxing. A heartfelt thanks is extended to each of you for your contributions to our students. Children have one opportunity in life to gain the skills necessary to be successful, and you make it happen. Thank you so much.
Dr. Weeks, I'd like to invite you and the rest of the governing board down front for the recognition of our retirees.
Just to pass those out. We're gonna take a picture afterwards.
Thank you. All right, I'm extremely honored to be, is this on? I don't think it is.
Don't go to karaoke.
My apologies, everyone. I'm extremely honored to be part of this special occasion. The Phoenix Elementary School District Governing Board takes great pride in recognizing outstanding people such as you, our retirees. I appreciate having the opportunity to honor you for your dedication and many years of service to our children. On behalf of our superintendent and the Phoenix Elementary District Governing Board, I extend to each of you our gratitude and appreciation. On behalf of the children of Phoenix #1, we thank you for caring enough to make a difference in their lives. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. We wish you a wonderful and happy retirement. Good luck to each one of you. It gives us great pleasure to present the Phoenix Elementary School District's retirees this evening. Please come forward when I call your name. Mr. Leon Alba, our instructional assistant from Bethune, please come forward. Yay. And definitely come up and stay up here so we can all take a picture together afterwards. Don't let him run away. Miss Annette Brown, teacher from Herrera, thank you very much. Jessica Frady's Williams, teacher from Herrera. Carmen Gore, teacher from Herrera. Keep coming. Take your time. We're here for you. Oh, this one's a heartfelt one because I get to annoy Frank regularly. Mr. Frank Kratz, our accounting and data coordinator, please come up. Congratulations. Lilia Marcela Medina, our office manager from Edison, please come up. And Juanita Mesa, our instructional assistant from Whittier. While we're gathering over there, did we have any other retirees come in? Karen Brown. Karen Brown, which school? Oh, from Bethune. That's right. I just saw you on Monday. I was saying, did we have any other retirees come in after we started this evening that we want to definitely recognize? No, no one else? All right. We're going to take a picture, but let's give another round of applause over there.
That's so cute. I should take a picture. Everybody take a picture. That's what you have to catch. I did too. I didn't know we were walking away. All right.
Right?
I know, that's wonderful. Now we gotta bring everybody back up here.
Yeah, guys, if you retirees, come back up so we can get Dr. Weeks in a picture with you. Sorry, guys.
Oops.
Bring it back in. Come on back up.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Retirees, if you could come back to the front, retirees, and take a picture with Dr. Weeks. Attention, attention. Clap once if you can hear me. Clap once if you can hear me. Let's do it. Come on. Retirees, if you could come to the front, please. We apologize. Karen, I think we're missing. Okay, there comes Karen.
Yeah. Okay, well, Dr. Weeks, our superintendent, please come forward. Boosh.
Here we go.
Oh, okay. Right? Oh, okay. She wants to take a picture this way, guys. Oh. So talented.
And you should take one too.
call.
No?
Good call.
You have time. That's what I thought, you're winter wedding.
I know.
And if you resist something, it makes you stupid later. So I'll get you a cookie.
All right, on behalf of the Phoenix Elementary School District, and even more important, the children, the many children whose lives you touch, we thank you and wish you well in your next venture in life. We wish each of you many relaxing days filled with laughter, good health, and happiness. Congratulations and best wishes on your retirement. We will be continuing with our board meeting. So in order to create some space to close out this honorable retirement celebration, let's take a quick break, about 10 minutes, to allow guests and retirees that are not staying for the remainder of the meeting to grab food and exit comfortably so you don't feel rushed and leave stuff. And then we'll resume our board meeting here at 7:02. Thank you all very much. get back to our board meeting this evening. Thank you all very much. I should have grabbed a cookie. Thank you. Linda offered to grab a cookie, so I'm taking her up on it. Dr. Weeks, we are at the superintendent's report section. I don't see any numbers under it, but I thought maybe you might have something to share.
You know, Madam Chair, members of the governing board, I have spent the last couple of days thinking about a lot of things.
Right?
I am proud of the work that the district has put in to modify our schools, the practices we have put in for student safety over the years, and also recognize that we need to continue. I recommend strongly that the community consider approving this bond in full force so that we can continue the work that's been started to keep our perimeter secure, to keep our staff well-trained. And I think you kind of know what I'm talking about. In terms of making a proper statement, I don't have the words, quite frankly. I do what I always do, and I looked at numbers, and I'm not going to repeat the numbers that I've seen over the last many, many years in my time in education, and the tragedy that I have seen in the media for this length of time. I remember Columbine like it was yesterday. And so my heart is broken. From every fiber in my being, I feel for the families in this community, as I have felt for other communities all these years. And quite frankly, I'm tired of it. And I'm sick of government not doing anything about it. We will put everything we have into doing everything that we can to keep our kids and our communities and our staff safe, as we have. So it's too much. It's too much. And this is also a time of celebration, so I'm conflicted because we're celebrating kids, which is what we should all be doing across this country this time of year, for all families, for all students. This is what we should be doing, and we're not. And I'm hoping that we can get back on that track, and I'm hoping that we can get back to the type of proper celebration that our kids deserve, that our families deserve, and that our country desperately needs. I wish all the best, God's blessing to the families and to us as we heal through this tragedy. And that was a lot more than I had intended to say, but it just poured out. So I apologize for going on and on, but I do not have any more comments on this.
Thank you, Dr. Weeks, for sharing. I echo all the sentiments and the frustrations and the celebratory doubtful moments. So thank you. I really do appreciate the impromptu communication. Hard to move on from that. We are going to get to our community communications this evening. This is the time for public comment, and the board is not able to make comments regarding things that are not on our agenda. So we will listen to those and we will keep it at a 3-minute, 2-minute limit. How many do we have today, Miss Miriam?
We have 16.
16. Ms. Bueno, do you mind keeping time? Thank you very much.
First person, Marco Lopez, speaking on school funding.
Welcome.
Madam Chair, thank you all very much. Governing Board, Dr. Weeks, thanks for your words. You know, as a border resident, former border mayor, yeah, it is especially heavy to understand and think about the tragedy in Uvalde. Having visited that community myself when I was chief of staff at Customs and Border Protection, it hits especially home the grief that those families, many who look like us, are feeling and facing today. But I've had the opportunity to travel the state of Arizona now for the last 14 months, and I have an opportunity to visit and meet with educators, parents, students, as part of my campaign for governor. And what I wanted to just come up and ask of your support, first to thank you for your leadership, because it is tough. We are in tough times, and we recognize how difficult that job and task is placed, especially difficult on you when you are not given the tools, teachers aren't given the funding, students aren't given the opportunities to succeed. When I grew up in Nogales at Nogales Unified School District, I always knew that the promise of Arizona that my parents talked about, that belief that if you worked hard, got a good education, and treated others with respect was the key to success. And today, our system is 49th in the country. And so that key to success is no longer available for so many kids throughout our state. And that's what we have to restore. And so the challenge that I come and ask you to be part of is making sure that each day and every time that we have the opportunity to push this legislature, to push our elected officials, to increase our funding, that we have an obligation to take it, because it is about our future generations and the workforce and the economy that we want to be able to help flourish in our state. That will be key to our ability to succeed. So
thank you.
I just wanted to ask again for your help and support in making sure that we push this governor and this legislature to increase our funding for our students and our teachers and each one of our school districts equally. Thank you very much.
Jacob Sheets, regarding peer.
Good evening. I wrote this down, so. My daughter is currently number 43 on the peer wait list at Shaw Montessori. And perception is reality. This is my perception of the peer program at Shaw. Peer are not just babysitters. The peer program at Shaw is an important part of the Shaw community. Peer staff are woefully underpaid and unappreciated. When the pandemic began, they were the ones on campuses running the learning labs, risking their health and well-being for the sake of students. Peer hiring is difficult because these positions are not competitive in today's market, where it's quite easy to find a full-time job with benefits starting at more than $15 an hour. Peer is needed in the district, especially at Shaw and Magnet, but for whatever reason, it feels as if peer programmatic support isn't there because the need is greatest at only 2 schools, and these 2 schools in particular. Since my daughter began at Shaw, the peer program has been systematically cut year after year, including cutting back in hours. The district has the capability to fully fund or fully financially support peer so that every PESD1 family that needs peer could use it. If she does not move off the wait list, then I honestly do not know what my family will do. More than likely, I'll have to leave my position in order to be at Shaw daily at 3:35 and 1:40 p.m. on Wednesdays. With continued declining enrollment across the district and neighboring school districts being able to offer consistent before and after school programs, I simply do not understand why Phoenix Elementary School District 1 does not figure out a way to consistently support peer. That's all.
Adelaide Sheets on peer.
Hello, my name is Adelaide Sheets, and I am in Shaw Montessori, and I have a few words about peer because we need help because we are unappreciated and they don't get paid enough to be with us children. So we should pay them more and give them more respect because they deserve more than just like $10 a day. It's not like babysitting or anything because they really are working with us children each and every end of the day to make sure we're okay and not stolen by anybody for our parents.
Mary Bankhead, here. Mary Bankhead.
Hello, Governing Board. My name is Mary Bankhead. I'm a parent of a student at Shaw Montessori. I wrote to the board and you already got some notes, but I'm gonna keep coming back because this is really important. So anyway, with that in mind, 40 students at Shaw received peer placements for next year. 97 students were waitlisted. Those 97 students represent nearly 70 families. Peer staffing across the district isn't an individual school issue, it's a district issue to fix. Not having peer be a stable, reliable program is having a direct impact on families choosing to leave PSD1 for other districts that provide stable, consistent, ongoing before and after school on-site programs. I know of more than 10 families at Shaw who are considering leaving the district because peer keeps getting cut back more and more and more. I don't like to present problems without solutions, so I'll give you a couple. I think one of the first things that needs to happen is the district needs to talk with the peer staff that have been there for a while. Why did they choose these jobs? Why are they there? What are their pain points? What are their issues? How can peer be better? Because they know best how to run these programs. Second, I also think, hold on, let me get my notes. Oh, and not just ask them what they need, but actually act on it. Like it's one thing like to take a survey and whatnot, but actually do something with regards to that. I also think the district needs to honor the work and labor the peer staff did during the onset of the coronavirus and what they mean to our schools. I also think the district needs to recruit beyond simply posting the jobs on the HR website. They can partner with ASU downtown. It's literally less than a minute drive away from Shaw to recruit college students to these positions. The district can also partner with ASU Mary Lee Fulton Teachers College to create paid internships for undergraduate students who are completing degrees in education. And that could be a win-win not only for Shaw and the other schools that need peer, but the district and those students who are going into education to get firsthand experience working with students before they go into their practicum programs. Partner with Gateway Community College for the same way.
Thank you for your comments. That was time.
Okay, thank you. I would just say this, I am begging you as a parent to act on this. Please act on this for peer.
Next person, Chico Robinson on school safety. Chico Robinson.
All right, 2 minutes, huh? As of 3 hours ago, I'm no longer an employee of this wonderful district. And there's been a few things that I would like to mention. One, thank you so much to President Carmen Trujillo for standing up for Black lives. When there was a horrible comment made on this board, those board members are no longer on this district. Two, thank you so much to all of you for being brave and standing up to the governor and ensuring that our schools stayed safe during the pandemic. We are living in this cycling nightmare of fear. And as I was standing during promotion for my 8th grade, I was smiling, I was loving my last days, and I was crying inside, thinking of those students who died and how quickly it could happen to our students. So I know you as board members must be bipartisan. You must sometimes toe the line, but there is also a time when you need to speak up, like Superintendent Weeks has a few times, like during the AEL, and calling out incompetence at a state level in government. That time is now. We have $5 billion in surplus funding that we can inject into public education today. That would ensure our schools are safe. That would ensure all of our students receive the public education that should be a human right for them. I am asking you all to please, you're a part of a community. Reach out to other board members and start creating pressure on our state government to get that $5 billion. Thank you very much. And thank you, PECTA.
Next person, Anthony Patcher on aftercare. I'm sorry.
You said my name also. Howdy, my name is Anthony Pratcher. All right, members of the board, my son's a student at the Shaw Montessori School. So prior to the pandemic, we had access to peer. But since we've returned to campus, there's not been, this is what I've been told, sufficient staff for him to be enrolled. We're an open enrollment family, so we live in the West Valley, but we've commuted to Shaw since he was in preschool. All of us, and by all of us, I mean me, my mom, my dad, my cousin, my aunt, his mom, we've all had to chip in to make sure that we can get him to school every day over these past 5 years. But we were able to make this work with peer aftercare. That was kind of part of the deal that we had, I don't want to say originally understood, but that's part of what made it so that it could work. Peer provided my son with a community at Shaw that was beyond his classroom. In many ways, it made the school feel like it was his home. And that was especially important over these past couple of years when home and everything else became very complicated. The school was always there. He felt connected to it. Now he's had to go back and he doesn't have the same connection because he's not able to see people across classes. It's not part of a broader campus. So in this sense, because of the way that the Shaw School operates, and for us being out of district, it was really critical for him to be able to talk with everyone. But this is also about me as a working parent. I've had to juggle my schedule. I'm doing everything I can, but it's really tough working in Tempe and driving to Phoenix and then driving back to the West Side. And it's a lot of miles and it's a lot of timing. So I think Shaw is the best place for him to be, but we really need help. I don't know if we can stay in the district without peer. It's not possible to make the time work, but we want to remain committed to the school. It provided us with flexibility, as I said, and I know that I'm not the only parent. Other people are speaking about it. I've seen other folks who've been at Shaw for a long time in a similar boat. I think for us to keep this community, we're just going to need to figure out how to fund peer for everyone, but if it's us, like fund it for us because we're committed to y'all. We really, really need the help. Let me say the last line. I hope that we can that you can fund peer with enough staffing to enroll all the working families like mine who have been committed to a Phoenix elementary education.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person, Marnie Burris on PECTA statement on Uvalde Elementary.
Good evening, Dr. Weeks, Ms. Trujillo, and members of the board. My name is Marnie Burris, and I am a 3rd grade teacher at Emerson Elementary School and PECTA president-elect. As educators, parents, and members of PECTA, the news of the most recent school shooting at Uvalde Elementary, resulting in the deaths of 19 children and 2 teachers, impacted us all greatly as we closed out this school year. Our hearts go out to the families who are facing this unimaginable tragedy. PECTA realizes and recognizes that policy and logistical change are imperative to preventing these recurring atrocities, but we also recognize our shared responsibility in ensuring the safety of our Phoenix Elementary School District #1 community. PECTA believes that schools should be a safe place for everyone, And in the spirit of this belief, PECTA is asking for the district to complete an independent safety audit that would include all 14 campuses in the district. We ask that this audit take place before winter break and be completed by the conclusion of the 2022-2023 school year. We ask that any safety concerns be addressed and immediately rectified within that same school year. Recent events elicited a visceral response from school staff and students alike. Safety concerns were shared with PECTA leadership, and I won't get into those now, but I will send an email to each board member. PECTA believes that staff working conditions are student learning conditions, and as such, we must all do our part to ensure that our campuses are safe. In solidarity.
The next are written statements. Number one from Rachel Gilmore, firearm safety. Good afternoon. I have a 5th and 7th grader who have attended Kenilworth Elementary and are currently attending Magnet Traditional School. I know that a student in my son's class at Magnet brought a BB gun to school this year, and in light of the shooting today in Texas that took so many innocent lives, I would love to know what the Phoenix #1 school district is doing to educate parents about firearm safety and to keep our children safe while at school. This is an ongoing concern for parents of children of all ages, but it's timely now in light of this national tragedy, and I'd love more communication from the school board about what future plans are regarding guns and safety in our public schools. Sincerely, Reverend Rachel Gilmore. Number two from Anthony Pratchard. Dear members of the board, my grandson is a student at Shaw Montessori School. He had access to peer previous to the pandemic, but he has not been enrolled since he returned to campus this year. I've been happy to help take care of him, but he would benefit from enrollment in aftercare so that he can spend more time with kids his age. Please make peer available for my grandchild and all the other students seeking this service. Thank you for your consideration. Number three, from Amber Mitchell. Dear members of the board, my nephew is a student at Shaw Montessori School. Prior to the pandemic, he had access to peer, but since we have returned to campus, there has not been sufficient staff for him to enroll in aftercare. He is an open enrollment student, and with working parents that live outside of the district, before and after care is a critical service that enables his enrollment. I support his attendance in Phoenix Elementary, though, driving donations, emotional support, but the difficulties our family will face without the service may cause us to discontinue his enrollment in Phoenix Elementary for one with a more robust before and after care system. Please make peer available for my child and all the other students seeking this service. Thank you for your consideration. Number four, from Kelly Jackson. I am reaching out today as a concerned parent of a now 4th grader at Shaw Elementary. Since kindergarten, we have been fortunate to have our daughter Carmen enrolled in the Phoenix District 1 peer program. My husband and I, like many parents, caregivers, are dependent on this program, not only because it allows us to fulfill our daily required work hours, but peer also provides a central form of socialization for our daughter, who is an only child. Unfortunately, due to a peer staff shortage, Shaw families can no longer rely on this essential service. For example, less than 40 peer slots were available to Shaw students during the upcoming 22-23 school year. This placed 100 students whose families, like mine, are dependent on peer on an obnoxiously long waiting list. This is very disappointing since peer was one of the major reasons we enrolled our child at Shaw, which is not in our home district. I have spoken with several families who are considering moving their child to other districts with more robust and reliable after-school programs. I'm writing you today to bring your attention to this important issue, as I'm sure peer staff shortages are impacting students and families enrolled in other District 1 schools. Thank you in advance for your time. Your ongoing commitment and service to District 1 students and families is appreciated. Number 5 from Stephanie Gilliam. Dear PSD 1 governing board members, I am the parent of a 4th grader who attends Shaw Montessori. We have had the privilege of utilizing the after-school program peer for the last school year. This free program enabled both myself and my partner to work full-time jobs throughout the last year. Our daughter is now one of over 100 students on the peer waiting list for the 22-23 school year. If she is unable to attend peer, one of us will have no choice but to find a different job or face placing her in another school with an after-school program that has openings. Neither of those scenarios is ideal. It is my understanding that the reason the wait list is lengthy is due to the lack of staff for peer. I have previewed the application process for peer positions, and they require several letters of recommendation, along with a lengthy list of other qualifiers. Is it possible to streamline the hiring process so that applicants are not overwhelmed before even applying? The list of documents and requirements may turn away applicants simply because the list is so daunting. I enjoy my daughter being a part of the PSD1 family and do not want to move elsewhere. Everyone, including board members, school staff, and peer staff, have proved to be wonderful, caring, and helpful people. Thank you for reading our letters of concern, and I am confident you will do everything within your power to strengthen our peer program. Number 6, Megan Ellens, to the members of the Phoenix Elementary District 1 School Board. My name is Megan Ellens, and I am the parent of a Shaw Montessori student. I'm reaching out because I am concerned about the highly limited availability of the Phoenix District 1 peer program at our school. While my child just finished their first year at Shaw, and we were lucky enough to find a paid half-day childcare option for them, that will not be the case once they are invited to stay full-time in the school and begin kindergarten. As a two-parent, full-time working household, we are wholly dependent on the reliable before after-school care for our child. Given the weekly early release days at 1:40 p.m. and the end of the school day at 3:35 p.m., we require after-school care to support our work demands and provide a safe, supportive environment for our child. Unfortunately, we have learned that peer staff shortages have significantly constrained eligibility for Shaw families, leaving 100+ students on a wait list and serving only 40 students who were lucky enough to be selected in the lottery. This is not a sustainable model for after-school care, where there is high demand from parents who truly depend on extended working hours. Although we are fortunate to call Shaw our neighborhood school, we are worried and frustrated that we may not have sufficient access to peer to enable us to stay in the school. I write to you today to add to the chorus of families who rely on peer as not just a bonus resource, but as a true necessary and wonderful one. We urge the school board to consider creative, sustained solutions to ensure that peer is available not to a few families within the Shaw community, but is once again a viable program for all families who require or simply desire these resources. Thank you for your time and consideration of this important issue for the Shaw community. Again, we urge you to find creative, sustainable solutions to support this highly valued resource. Number 7, from Andrew Stravitz. The need for a robust peer program at Shaw has only exponentially grown through the pandemic. Please not only revive this program, but make it even stronger than before. From Matt Jameson. My name is Matt Jameson. I am a parent of a student at Shaw Montessori School. His name is Elliot, and he is going into the 1st grade this coming year. I'm writing today as a parent concerned about the stability of the peer program. Since last year, my son and our family at large has benefited greatly from being fortunate enough to be part of the peer program. With the schedule that my wife and I have, the opportunity Elliot was provided gave us the ability to breathe a little easier. Not only because it helped solve a timing issue with picking him up from school, but because we know he would be getting quality time with classmates turned friends that extended beyond the regular school hours. Because of peer, Elliot made new friendships, learned new skills, and grew socially in ways that he could not have if he had not been included in peer. Unfortunately, due to the peer staff shortage, Shaw families and families district-wide cannot depend on this invaluable service. We are one of those families because our son has been put on the extremely long wait list for the coming school year. It is disappointing to know that a service that could benefit so many children can now only support a very small amount. I know in these trying times that it's hard to find employees that fit the exact mold necessary for the program, but peer means so much to Elliot and his success as a student. It's hard to talk with him about how he may miss out on peer this coming year, but it's our hope that work can be done to empower the program so it can not only grow to accommodate all, but thrive across the entire district. I ask that the effort that can be placed into the program will be put forth. Thank you for your time. From Ann Lauder, and this is the last one. Esteemed members of the board and Superintendent Weeks, my name is Anna, and I am a proud parent of 2 kids at Kenilworth School. We love Kenilworth and are so grateful to be part of such a caring, supportive community. Wednesday was harder than ever to drop my kids off at school. The news of yet another monstrous shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas shook me and made me wish for the first time this year that I could just keep them home with me. I want to believe that something like that would never happen in our district, but I am fooling myself to think it is impossible. Until our state and federal governments take action to pass real comprehensive gun control, we won't be able to keep mass shootings from our realities. While I understand that active shooter drills are no longer recommended, I am asking the board to consider what steps we can take to keep our community safe. A strong body of research affirms the value of proactive school safety measures such as threat assessment programs, access to mental health professionals, and social support, non-punitive disciplinary processes, and trauma-informed emergency planning for teachers in reducing a school's risk of gun violence and mass shootings. As part of these efforts, schools must also work to develop a supporting and nurturing school environment and be aware and attentive to warning signs of potential violence. Thank you for your attention on this issue. That's the last one.
Madam Chair, I suggest a 5-minute break.
Thank you, Dr. Weeks. Let's take 5. Thank you, Ms. Miriam. Members of the board, Dr. Weeks, we did have another community communication that was emailed last night. Unfortunately, it went into my spam folder. And so I'd like to take the opportunity to read this last comment that came in. This is coming from Brianna Westbrook. In the wake of yet another mass shooting, it's clear that we need to do more to prevent gun violence. One way to do this is to require parents to acknowledge the dangers of guns and how to store them before enrolling their children in school safely. This is a step we can take together, help establish a culture of gun safety.
By making parents aware of the risks associated with guns, we can help them make informed decisions about whether or not to have firearms in their homes. And by requiring them to acknowledge these risks, we can send a strong message that gun safety is a priority for our schools and community.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Marion.
Thank you both very much. Just a reminder, again, the board is not able to discuss items that aren't specifically on the agenda. So any actions needed regarding public comment will be limited to directing staff if need be. And of course, the possibility of scheduling the matter for further consideration and discussion at a later date. Thank you all to everyone that made time to come down here and communicate with us this evening. Your time is valuable and we appreciate you very much. At this time, we're going to move on to item D, our approval of our consent agenda. The consent agenda lists several items for approval by the board in a single motion. The items listed under the consent agenda have gone through the superintendent's cabinet review and recommendation. Documentation concerning these items have been provided to all board members and the public as part of the itemized agenda. Items may be removed from the consent agenda at the request of any board member, and I don't believe we have any this evening. Perfect. Do we have a motion to approve our consent agenda as presented?
Jessica Bueno, so moved.
Thank you.
Carrillo, second.
Thank you both very much. Any discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Miriam, when you have a second, can we please get a roll call vote to approve our consent agenda?
Carmen Trujillo,
Aye.
Jessica Bueno,
Yes.
Reggie Carrillo,
Yes.
Alicia Vink,
Aye.
Laura Diaz.
With that, our motion passes and our consent agenda is approved. Thank you very much. Let's move on to item E, our curriculum and instruction section. We will be adjourning to an executive session, I believe. From time to time, the school board does meet in executive session. These sessions are not open to the public. State law restricts executive session topics to personnel matters, legal collective bargaining, and real estate issues. This evening, we will be talking about the meet and confer process, and we don't anticipate being any longer than an hour, I would guess. No, any agreements or decisions will be made out here in the public, and any voting that we do will take place out here. Nothing of that nature takes place inside executive session. So I'd like to call for a motion to adjourn to executive session this evening.
Jessica Bueno, so moved.
Reggie Carrillo, second.
Thank you both. Any discussion? Ms. Miriam, may we please have a roll call vote to adjourn to executive session at 7:43 PM?
Carmen Trujillo,
Aye.
Jessica Bueno,
Yes.
Reggie Carrillo,
Yes.
Alicia Vink.
Aye.
Thank you. With that, our motion passes, and we will see you back out here shortly once we resume to regular session. Thank you. The time is 8:03 and we will resume to our regular session this evening and move on to item G1. Will Mr. Quintana be presenting?
Madam Chair, I don't know. Is Mr. Quintana still on?
Let's
He's
have
not.
Dr.
So-
Diaz come up. Oh, good.
Okay.
He's asked Dr. Diaz.
All right, I can do it too, either
Please.
way.
Madam President, members of the board, members of the community, item G1 is administration's request approval of the 22-23 Phoenix Elementary Classroom Teachers Association, or PECTA, meet and confer recommendations in accordance with policy HA. And so administration brings to the board today the agreement between Phoenix Elementary School District and the Phoenix Elementary Classroom Teachers Association that would be active from July 1st, 2022 until June 23rd, 2023. This was the result of the meet and confer teams from Phoenix Elementary #1 and from PECTA having several meetings from March 23rd until May 4th. You'll see on the cover the members of the PECTA team. We do have a couple here. We have Miss Haley Honeman, one of our teachers over at Herrera, who is on the team, as well as Marnie Burris, who is the co-chair of the PECTA team. On the administration side, I was very honored to be the co-chair of the admin team. And I believe we had Miss Millsaps here earlier, but I think she's left. She was also a member of our administrative team. Through these conversations and discussions that we have reached several new agreements. I'll just walk through them. The first is that we are agreeing to continue the COVID leave program in the event that the pandemic continues and the district continues to require mandatory quarantine times. Another new agreement is that PECTA will have representation on the LEA Integrated Action Planning Team that's run through the federal program, the federal program department. Another agreement is that PECTA will be a part of the review process for selecting a vendor for conducting the compensation analysis. And that compensation analysis will focus in part on salary structures as well as PTO payout programs, two things that were discussed at length in the meeting for process. We've also agreed to compensation increases for certified staff of $1,500 to their base salary, plus their TIF 5 compounding amounts, and a 25% sustaining of TIF 4 amounts through one-time district reserves. Finally, although it's not in the agreement, it was agreed to at the table to continue our ESSER retention stipends at $3,000 per employee paid in 2 lump sums next school year. You'll see in the agreement, there are also updated elements in the agreement that have been agreed to in past meet and confer sessions, things like class size, participation on committees, the Prop 31 committee, and teachers' involvement in curriculum and professional development. And so with all that said, we are requesting approval of this agreement, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Diaz. For the impromptu fill-in, we really appreciate it. Do we have a motion to approve our Phoenix Elementary Classroom Teachers Association meet and confer recommendations?
Jessica Bueno, so moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Alicia Vinco, second.
Thank you very much. Ms. Miriam, may we please have a roll call vote?
Carmen Trujillo, Jessica Bueno,
Yes.
Reggie Carrillo,
Yes.
Alicia Vink.
Aye.
With that, our motion passes. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I just want to thank everybody for all of their hard work in putting this agreement together. I believe in voice transparency and active voice, and I believe that the support staff and the Teachers Association, the PECTA and the ESPA of Phoenix Elementary is longstanding tradition of strong voice for our community is something that we should hold on to for a very long time. So thank you, ladies, for being here this evening.
Agreed. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Weeks. All right, let's see, we're skipping H and headed to item I1. With our approval of our contract for Dr. Ibi Hagikat. Mr. Thomas is here, thankfully. I don't believe we have any questions, but I wondered if maybe you had anything you wanted to share regarding this process. Because I don't have any questions. I think everything's.
Thank you, Madam President. Just, you should be, we did get approval from Dr. Hagigat yesterday, so the contract is ready to be approved, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Hearing none.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion? Thank you, Mr. Thomas, very much. Do we have a motion to approve our contract for Dr. Ibi Hagikat?
Jessica Bueno, so moved.
Reggie Carrillo, I second.
No discussion? Hearing none, may we please have a roll call vote to approve, Ms. Miriam?
Carmen Trujillo,
Aye.
Jessica Bueno,
Yes.
Reggie Carrillo,
Yes.
Alicia V.
Aye.
Thank you. With that, our motion passes, and I'm going to take just a second to execute these. And then I did get to speak with Dr. Hagigat, and I do have something to share regarding the approval of her contract. So give me just a second.
While President Trujillo is doing that, I just want to add, I think it is a nice irony or nice timing that we finish this today as we're announcing our retirements for the next school year, and at the same time bringing in a new superintendent, all in an efficient manner. Amazing.
Agreed. Thank you, Mr. Carrillo. I really share the sentiments. It's kind of like a passing of the torch. Okay, let's see. Okay, so I spoke to Dr. Hagigat, and she wanted to say that today is a very special day for her, formally as she joins the Phoenix #1 family. She looks forward to getting to know students, their families, staff, teachers, administrators, PESD board members, and our community education partners. Our collaborative work will lead to academic, social, and emotional success for our students and the adults that serve them. Together, we will empower, motivate, and inspire every student every day.
And she has asked that we also share it in Spanish, so I will read. Hoy es un día muy especial para mí y que formalmente me entrego a la familia de Phoenix #1. Ansío llego a conocer a los estudiantes, sus familias, el personal de las escuelas y el distrito, los maestros, los miembros de la mesa director de PESD y miembros de la comunidad que nos apoyen en la educación de nuestros estudiantes. Nuestro trabajo colaborativamente nos llevan a academia excelente, social y emocional de nuestros estudiantes y de los adultos que les sirven. Juntos vamos a empoderar, motivar y inspirar a cada estudiante diario. Gracias.
Congratulations, Dr. Hagigat, and welcome to the Phoenix L family.
Perfect timing, Dr. Weeks. Thank you for that. Mr. Thomas, you were instrumental, and I'm grateful for the guidance and leadership. You made that as fluid and helpful as possible. So I really appreciate your leadership and the solutions-based attitude all the time. So thank you very much for driving all the way out here to be here. All right, moving on. We're gonna go on to item I2. to revisit the approval of our out-of-state travel. So the board and myself approved this in April, but we need to clarify the dates. So we are requesting approval to travel on Sunday, June 26th. So in essence, we want to revise the dates of travel to include Sunday, the 26th. Is there going to be any other presenting on this? I don't see Mr. Norris here, but I know I'm seeing him now, but I wasn't too sure if we are gonna make like a whole presentation of it. Because it is the three of us that are traveling, so may I call for a motion to approve our out-of-state travel to include Sunday, the 26th, instead of Saturday, June the 25th.
Reggie Carrillo, I motion to approve.
Jessica Bueno, second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, may we please have a roll call vote, Ms. Miriam?
Carmen Trujillo,
Aye.
Jessica Bueno,
Yes.
Reggie Carrillo,
Yes.
Alicia Vink.
Aye. Thank you. With that, our motion passes. And let's move on to item I3 to take a look at, receive, discuss, and take possible action on revising 3 adopted resolutions. Actually, two because one hasn't been approved yet. And I actually would like to remove or table the discussion for the LGBTQ education for all resolution because our Arch Committee, let me read what that stands for. Except, of course, my computer's not participating. That committee had been working on a resolution regarding our LGBTQ student population, and that wasn't, I guess, involved in the resolution that we have presented to us today. So in an effort to include that voice, that very important voice, I'd like to ask that the board table that resolution so that way we can and have them come back for our next meeting, June 9th, to be able to present their work on that and see it through the way they intended.
What committee is this?
Here we go. Let's see. I know I put this in here because I was having trouble remembering it.
Regardless, I would motion to table 2. I would like to take a look at this and recommend some changes to it.
Do we have to table it though? Because it's just listed as a possibly take action. So do we just decide like we don't really have any discussion for this? And
That's kind of yeah, I
For that.
completely agree with the
Yeah, I
sentiment. So
agree.
we can kind of just talk regarding the other ones.
Okay.
But I definitely want to let you guys know what ARCH stands for because it's actually pretty perfect. Okay.
For the resolutions, I mean, we can make those edits now for the.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, Reggie.
Go ahead.
Arch is accept, respect, connect, here.
That's what ARCH stands for. I had just found it as well. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Dr. Weeks, for that, and thank you,
Yes,
President
absolutely.
Trujillo. For, are we as a district putting the resolution forward? Because then if we make the changes, then it's gonna go back to the Arch Committee.
Well, I think Carmen, you're more connected to this at this point than I am in terms of, kind of the order of operation, but it would be my sense that we would let the Arch Committee complete their work. And then you can keep this LGBTQ resolution that was done by a prior board and then adopt your own resolution for LGBTQ plus, and however they intend to spell it out with any draft changes so that this resolution becomes a product of this board, just like that resolution was a product of that board in, I think, what, 2015, 2016, something like that.
Okay.
You know, if things are important to us, you can't say it too many times. And I think that's okay.
Is that typical practice for boards to?
You don't normally see boards edit other boards' work.
Okay.
But we can certainly add to it. And then, of course, with one of the resolutions, 2 of the board members were active participants on developing that resolution. In fact, 2 of the resolutions, 2 of our current board members were active participants. So it would really be up to the rest of you for that. But editing or amending or adding, I would suggest adding to,
That's
I
what
think
was
would be
thinking.
perfectly fine and would be appreciated by the prior board, although I have not had any conversation with them.
I have not either. But that was my thought, Dr. Weeks, when making the request that we do at least revisit it. Because we do have a board that is more reflective of the demographics that we serve. And I definitely want to take that into consideration because it was a difficult task to do while being a new board member. So again, just wanted to revisit it, but definitely make some additions if possible regarding the resolution to abolish systemic racism. But I wanted to clarify with Mr. Carrillo that the Arch Committee completed their version of the resolution they wanted to present to us. So for transparency reasons, they wanted to present it at the next board meeting. Just to make sure, you know, the public had time to review it and it could be uploaded to board docs because time didn't permit that this go round. She hadn't had any input on it and the resolution just barely got to me today. So that's where that effort come. I don't think we would make revisions to that one. I think, like Dr. Weeks says, it'll just kind of be something that this board puts into place, but it's definitely open for discussion.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
There's been a lot going on over the last couple of days. And as I take a look at this item, not the next one, but this item in particular, I wonder, and I'm asking the board members, if they would like to take some time to reflect on these resolutions and either bring them back one at a time, or we can have dedicated time and space to speak to each one independently, or to develop a plan where a board member kind of takes the lead on edits. Because, I mean, if you think about these things collectively, I mean, why are they here? They're here because there's problems in the supply chain for baby formula. And we want to, I believe, recommit our support to nursing mothers in more ways than we did when we initiated the first resolution. The second one, I agree. I think in light of the fact of the top shooting in Buffalo, there's more to be said. And then, of course, the next item after this is directly connected to Texas. So I don't know what the board was thinking in terms of a plan, but resolutions are very personal and meaning, very personal and very deep to boards. And I want to make sure that you have all the space and time to, and if tonight's the night, tonight's the night. But if, you know, just want to make sure that as you care for the social emotional health of the district, that we're also taking a look at your social emotional health too, recognizing that there's just been a lot going on in the last couple of days. That's all.
I agree. I did want there to be some time taken to spend on these, but I also felt a sense of urgency to definitely put some type of action together so that way our staff and district teachers, families, students knew that we are serious about implementing a culture that only supports them and their safety. So that's why they're on this agenda, but I definitely am open to the idea if we didn't take any action on them and moved on to our next one. So I'm open to hearing your thoughts, guys.
I don't think that I necessarily expected to revise these tonight, but as Dr. Weeks mentioned, I do think that it is important to draw attention for the community and our staff that we do have these resolutions and that babies being able to eat is important to us right now, and that we do absolutely support families trying to feed their babies in this very difficult time. I did even look, PECTA also has an agreement for breastfeeding staff that outlines that they are required to have space and supplies. I am hoping that our support staff also have that, and maybe in the future we do revise the resolution to more clearly outline those things. But I do just want our staff and our families to know that they are supported during this difficult time trying to feed their babies. Regarding our resolution to abolish systemic barriers to Black student success. Again, I think that it is important that we acknowledge what's happened over the last couple of weeks, and that we refocus as a district, as a community, on the items within this resolution, and that at another time we maybe outline for the public more specifically how the items in that resolution, because it's a very specific resolution. It includes diverse school libraries with books that reflect Black children. It's very specific. So if we could be able to share with the community some of the things that have been done and that are ongoing in regards to this resolution, I think that would be timely and helpful. And then I think there's already been comments on the LGBTQ. So
I agree, Dr. Vink. I think there's a lot of words here. But words without action, I'm going to steal from a couple of the parents tonight. Words without action don't mean a whole lot. And so to be able to show that action is taking place, I think is a much stronger message than words on a page.
yeah. So again, to our community, we see you, we support you. We know that there's a lot happening in our country right now.
I think action item can be for following this up. I mean, it does tie with our equity plan. And we do have an equity committee. I'm not too sure where we're at with the work we're doing. I think that plan ended, was the last update was supposed to be, the last action item was May, so I don't know what follows that. But this is definitely something that our equity committee should take on and provide recommendations on how we can update these. resolutions, add these resolutions. Speaking as a queer person of color, I would want to make edits to the LGBTQ resolution, definitely. But I also think this is for action items. I would love to pair this with a time we talk about the equity work. Just like we need an update on pathways to success. To align it with that, maybe it's a work study session, and then we have the meeting to take action on the resolutions, but that's just where my rough thinking is right now. Thank you.
I would like to echo Dr. Vink's sentiments of how important it is to live out these resolutions. And I think it would serve us better if we did work and get a better alignment with our staff on what living out this resolution looks like. Because looking at it, what I believe is missing is that a culture of hostile treatment to our Black students will not be tolerated at our schools. And so I just want to figure out how do we really stand and live by that. So I would agree that we work towards living out this resolution. So I think what we're all saying is that we'll table this for today and bring it back at a future date.
Okay, do we have to do a thing? Okay, just, okay.
With that, I think we could move on to adopting our resolution regarding, or at least discussion on adopting the resolution regarding firearm storage.
Okay. Do you want me to start? Okay.
Yes,
All right.
please.
So this resolution is something similar to a resolution that Phoenix Union High School District approved a while back. I did request this item back in December amidst other incidents of gun violence in our country. Unfortunately, this agenda item comes following another horrific tragedy. I don't think that this resolution is enough, and I'd certainly entertain discussion and ideas to add to it. But I know that as leaders, we need to do something. We need to do something tangible. And this resolution would require there to be a document in upon enrollment or in the student handbook that includes information about the secure storage of firearms. There is some research and data in this resolution. If we were to move forward with this, I will say that this agenda item was added quite recently, and I did not check that the research that was put into here when Phoenix Union did it is still accurate. So we would need district or I could, to fact check it to make sure that the numbers outlined in here have not changed, if that makes sense. But I do think that it's a small step to do something.
Dr. Vink, I appreciate you bringing this forward. Anything connected to safe handling and controlling of firearms is always a good idea. It's common that the board member who's passionate about a particular resolution, who kind of brings it forward, would be the one to kind of work with us on finalizing a draft. And I agree that the data changes.
Yeah.
So if you would be willing to work with us,
yep,
then we would bring back something a little more accurate in terms of data, and then take input from the rest of the board along the way.
Yeah.
to make sure that it says what it's supposed to say.
So my only concern about the timeliness is that we are going into a new school year. So I just want to make sure. Dr. Gonzalez, can you tell me about the student handbooks and where they're at in completion? And I thought you were doing a revision or something, right?
Yes, Board Member Vink, we are working on revising our student handbooks to make them more consistent with what we have outlined through our multi-tiered systems of support and our PBIS systems, so that we're focusing on more of an asset-based approach to how we work in our schools and make sure that our students feel safe and heard. So our schools, part of the work that we'll be doing at our leadership team summit after in the next couple of weeks, we'll be looking at our individual school success handbooks and making sure that they reflect what we've outlined and identified as appropriate behaviors for learning and leading in our schools. So that work is still going on, but everyone is involved in working to make them better.
And do you expect it to be complete then before the beginning of the school year?
Yes, that's the intent, is that those will be ready to go before the school starts, so that that changes the way that we work.
So if we were to add something like this, when would you need it by so that the schools could?
We can always, we want to have consistent district-wide template pages. So if this is something that we put in as a consistent template page, we would just add it to all of those. We would need to have it available to get into the handbooks, I would say, as early as July 10.
Okay. And then is anything like this something that has already been discussed? Like what parts of school safety are going to be in this handbook?
The handbooks currently don't address safety at home. So this would be something that is added to the handbook language.
Okay. Do you think that having a conversation with our principals and seeing, like, because this does direct to add to a handbook, if there's something additional on top of what's outlined in here that they see as being like useful for campuses.
We would definitely have a conversation with them about, is how the difficulty is we can't enforce home.
Right.
So that's where I think the challenge comes in, but I think we can put in recommendations, just like we put in recommendations for supporting your child with homework, supporting, so we can have like recommendations around that.
Okay.
I don't know how firm, we can't go to their homes and check that they've locked up their firearms.
Of course.
But we
Okay.
do want, just to reify for people, and perhaps another place for this is through our family engagement centers, and to do programming at our engagement centers across the city, so that we're talking to families about the importance of gun safety writ large.
So, right. So that could be something that we consider to add to the resolution, something that requires the district to offer training of some sort or something. So, okay. So what I'm hearing is that we can come back with a draft of this and get something approved by July, and maybe Dr. Gonzalez can come back when we look at the draft with some feedback from staff and principals on what would be good in the handbook. That makes sense? Good. Okay. All right. There's no ugly crying. We're good, guys. We're good.
So I'm just having my 10 million thoughts race through my head. But I had a vision of the outside of Emerson when you drive by, how it says this is a blank free campus, yada, yada, yada. Do we have those? I guess, Do we have those signs for firearms and stuff on our schools?
Yeah,
Everywhere?
every campus does have the signs that say firearms are not permitted on campus.
Well, I thought
And
maybe.
they're
like-
posted in multiple locations on the campuses.
Perfect. I was just thinking about the drug one and goodness. But I didn't remember seeing that one. So I just wanted to clarify. Thank you. So we won't be adopting this one tonight either. We'll come back to it. So we can move on to item 5. Our board reports and requests. Do we have any this evening, team?
Yeah, I have some, just brought forward to us from community comments. I do want to explore more in depth what's happening with the peer program at Shaw. I definitely want to make sure that we're digging into something that our community is speaking highly about. I want to explore the context of the peer program at Shaw, the history, like how long it's been there, why it's not there, and the viability of having it either district-wide or at Shaw, seeing as they're the community requesting for the peer program the most. And then within that too, just the viability of not imposing, exploring those solutions, exploring the solutions that were highlighted in comments, for having a successful peer program. And then anything else, I don't know what I don't know. So anything else that should be talked about there, I would hope that it's talked about in regards to the peer program. Other request is just an update on the work of the equity committee. I think we received one back in March that extended to, no, I think it was probably 2021, that extended till 2021. So I want to just update on what the equity committee is doing. I know that one of our equity team members, personnel retired today. So I know that's not the only individual who's left our school district. But that just means that we have an equity team that is decreasing in numbers. So I would like for us to put out some kind of district-wide request for people who want to be on the equity team, who want to do the work of the equity team. And then something that where, again, this could be on the same day as study session too, where we're highlighting those resolutions we talked about and seeing how this could be plugged into the work of the equity team too. I know it's kind of like everywhere, but that's all.
I have one report. I was able to attend 4 of our 8th grade promotion ceremonies over the past week, and congratulations to our families and our students. I'm so incredibly proud of you. I had the opportunity to see our Herrera students perform as well, and I was very moved by their performance and grateful that I was able to see them perform. My request is just for a study session if appropriate, an executive session. If not, I would like to be able to see our campus safety plans and any data we have regarding the drills that we do, the lockdowns we've had, all types of whatever we have. I want to see it.
I would also like to congratulate all our families and students that are promoted to high school. We're going to miss you, and just know that you have a whole district behind you that is going to always be here to support you and guide you in your life. So please do not hesitate to come back and mentor some of our students, and just know that we are extremely proud of you. And to our community, we are doing everything we can to keep our students safe while they're in our care. I know that it's very hard and difficult to hear the news and be impacted as a parent. I can't even imagine what that feels like. I am not a parent, but I know that, you know, your children are very special to you and to us. So just, I want to provide that peace of mind that we're actively working towards protecting our students. And yes, thank you again to our community for entrusting us with the selection of our new superintendent. We're really excited and honored to have such an accomplished superintendent join us, and we really look forward to this next school year.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bueno. Thank you, everyone. I also was able to attend some graduations at Bethune, Garfield, Magnet, and Whittier. And my favorite part, of course, was the student speeches. Just seeing the camaraderie between the students, you know, cheering their valedictorians on, just supporting each other was really moving during such a trying week. So I do share the acknowledgement that these kids are going off into the world, and watching the teachers send them off with their hugs and tears, and just really seeing those relationships blossom, become really real to the students was just humbling, really. You see the parents as well that have taken their kids to school every day and gone through all the ups and downs that moves with it. But our teachers were definitely glowing. I don't think I saw more, like, the kids were happy, but the teachers were just beyond, yeah, happy isn't even a word. I don't even know what the other word is for it, but they were just so impressed by the kids sharing all these little stories amongst themselves as they would kind of pass through, and it was just darling. So I got to see some of the drive-through ceremonies, and then of course the in-person ones. So just thank you to everybody for the innovation and making sure we created that space for our students and kids to take off to high school. Some of them leave their younger siblings. It was just really great. So I'm grateful for the opportunity, and I will share the rest of my requests in an email because there's just too much emotions going on. So if there are any further requests, we can move on to item 6, future agenda items.
I have one. I'd like a receive, discuss, and take possible action to amend policy JL, student wellness, item C, physical activity recess in the future.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Vink. Any other ones? Hearing none, we can move on to adjournment. Do we have a motion to adjourn our meeting this evening?
Jessica Bueno, so moved.
Alicia Vink, I'll second.
Thank you very much. Ms. Miriam, may we please have a roll call vote to adjourn our meeting this evening?
Carmen Trujillo,
Aye.
Jessica Bueno,
Yes.
Reggie Carrillo,
Yes.
Alicia Vink.
Aye.
Thank you. With that, our motion passes, and we will adjourn this evening at 8:48 p.m. Thank you for everyone who stayed long and participated this evening. Our next meeting is scheduled for June the 9th at 6:15 PM.